Hello and welcome. There are stories whispered in the forgotten corners of the multiverse, tales that slip through cracks in reality like smoke through trembling fingers. These are not the grand epics sung in the halls of heroes, nor the legends carved into stone monuments that tower over cities. These are the lost tales, the quiet tragedies, the moments of beauty and horror that shaped the world in ways few will ever know. Tonight, we journey into the spaces between the pages of history, where magic still lingers in the air like morning mist, and where the echoes of ancient choices still reverberate through time. Let us begin. Lore number 1. The Weeping Willow's Sacrifice. In the deepest parts of the Feywild, where reality bends and twists like branches in an eternal breeze, there stood a willow tree unlike any other. This tree had witnessed the turning of ages, had seen empires rise and crumble to dust, had sheltered countless wanderers beneath its sweeping boughs. But this tree held a secret, a truth known only to those who could hear the whispers carried on the wind through its leaves. Within its bark dwelled a soul, a consciousness as old as the tree itself, a Dryad named Sylviana who had chosen this place as her eternal home thousands of years before mortals first carved their kingdoms from the wilderness. Sylviana was not like other Dryads, where her sisters danced through forests with wild abandon. She remained still, contemplative, her essence intertwined so completely with her tree that separating one from the other would have been like separating moonlight from the night sky. She had watched generations of fey creatures play beneath her branches. She had seen the Seelie and Unseelie courts wage their eternal games of politics and passion. She had provided shade for pixies and shelter for displaced mortals who stumbled through the veils between worlds. Her willow stood at a crossroads, a place where 3 ancient paths converged, paths that led to different realms, different possibilities, different fates. The tree itself was a marvel to behold. Its trunk measured 30 feet around, gnarled and twisted with age, covered in silver bark that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light when the moon rose high. The branches swept down in cascading curtains of leaves that brushed the ground, creating a natural chamber within, a sacred space where the air itself felt different, charged with ancient magic. Small flowers grew at the base of the trunk, flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. Blue that was deeper than sapphire, gold that held more warmth than the sun, purple that seemed to contain entire galaxies within each petal. Sylviana could remember when she first bonded with this tree. She had been young then, by Dryad standards, merely 300 years old. The willow had been young too, just a sapling breaking through the rich soil of the Feywild. She had chosen it carefully, walking through the forests for decades, touching trunk after trunk, feeling for the connection that would bind her soul to wood and leaf. When she found this willow, she knew immediately. The tree called to her and she to it, and their joining was as natural as rain falling from clouds or rivers running to the sea. The bond between Dryad and tree was more than symbiosis. It was unity. Sylviana felt every raindrop that touched the leaves. She felt the sun's warmth penetrating bark. She felt the earth embracing roots that dug deep, seeking water and minerals that would sustain them both. When wind moved through her branches, she could hear music, complex harmonies that spoke of the world's hidden rhythms. She was the tree, and the tree was her, and together they existed in perfect balance. For millennia, life continued in its slow, peaceful way. Sylviana watched the seasons change. Those seasons in the Feywild were nothing like those in the mortal realms. Time moved differently here, flowing like honey, thick and sweet and unpredictable. A single day might stretch for weeks, while years could pass in the span of a heartbeat. She grew accustomed to the rhythm of this place, learned its moods, understood its magic. Other Fey creatures knew of Sylviana's Willow and respected it. Fairy dragons nested in her upper branches, their scales glittering like jewels as they sunned themselves on warm afternoons. Sprites built tiny homes among her roots, crafting dwellings from acorns and moss and spider silk. Sometimes, when the moon was full, the pixies would gather beneath her branches and dance, their tiny feet barely touching the ground as they spun through the air in patterns that told stories older than memory. Sylviana welcomed them all, provided shelter freely, asked nothing in return. But peace, even in the Feywild, could not last forever. The balance that held the realm together was delicate, maintained by forces that few understood and fewer still could control. The Seelie Court, ruled by beings of light and growth and summer warmth, held dominion over one half of the Feywild. The Unseelie Court, governed by creatures of shadow and decay, and Winter's Bite, controlled the other. Between them existed an eternal tension, neither side able to overcome the other, neither willing to yield. Sylviana's Willow stood in neutral territory, a rare place that belonged to neither court. This was intentional. The three paths that met at her trunk served as diplomatic routes, places where emissaries could travel without fear of ambush, where messages could be exchanged, where the fragile peace could be maintained. For countless ages, this arrangement had worked. The Dryad served as an unwitting guardian of this neutrality, her presence alone enough to discourage violence. Even the most aggressive Unseelie warriors would not risk harming a tree-bound Dryad, for such an act would bring down the wrath of nature itself upon the perpetrator. Then came the year when everything changed. A mortal stumbled through the veil, a young woman fleeing from something terrible in her own world. She arrived at the crossroads bloody and exhausted, her clothes torn, her eyes wide with terror. Sylviana felt her presence immediately, sensed the wrongness that clung to this human like a shroud. The woman collapsed at the base of the willow, her hands clutching at roots, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The Dryad manifested then, stepping from the tree's trunk as if passing through water. Her form was ethereal, translucent, her skin the color of moonlight on silver bark, her hair a cascade of willow leaves that moved with a wind no mortal could feel. She knelt beside the woman, placed a hand gently on her shoulder. The woman flinched at the touch, then looked up and saw Sylviana's face. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She tried to speak, but no words came, only broken sobs that shook her entire body. Sylviana did not need words to understand. She could sense the darkness that pursued this woman, could feel it approaching even now, moving through the Feywild like a cancer, corrupting everything it touched. This darkness had a name, though Sylviana would not learn it until later. It was called the Blight, a force that had somehow crossed from the mortal world into the Feywild, drawn by the woman's desperate flight. The Blight consumed life, turned vibrant forests into wastelands of ash and bone. It spread like disease, infecting tree and flower and grass, turning beauty into horror. And now it followed the woman, seeking to finish what it had started, to claim the life it had been denied. Sylviana felt the Blight's approach in her roots. The earth itself recoiled from it, tried to push it away. But the corruption was too strong. It moved beneath the ground, through soil and stone, heading directly for the crossroads. The Dryad understood immediately what this meant. If the Blight reached this place, if it infected her Willow, the consequences would be catastrophic. The three paths would become conduits for corruption, spreading the Blight throughout the Feywild, carrying it to both courts, to every forest and glade and meadow. The entire realm would fall. She had moments to make her choice, moments to decide between her own survival and the survival of her world. The answer came easily, without hesitation, without doubt. Sylviana had lived for millennia. She had seen enough, experienced enough, loved enough. If her death could prevent this catastrophe, then it was a price she would pay willingly. The Dryad stood, her form solidifying, becoming more real, more present. She reached deep within herself, deeper than she had ever reached before, touching the core of magic that bound her to the tree. Every Dryad possessed this magic, though few ever used it. It was the power of sacrifice, the ability to transform one's entire essence into pure protective energy. Once invoked, there was no returning, no second chances. The Dryad would cease to exist, but their tree would become invulnerable, immune to corruption. A beacon of life that could purify even the darkest magic. Sylviana began to sing. Her voice rose through the air, clear and haunting. A melody that spoke of life and death, and the eternal cycle that connected them. The song was older than language, a primal expression of nature's power, of growth and decay and rebirth. As she sang, her form began to glow, silver light radiating from her skin, growing brighter with each note. The woman watched in amazement and horror, understanding somehow what was happening, knowing that this beautiful creature was dying to save her, to save everything. She reached out, tried to stop Sylviana, but her hand passed through the Dryad's glowing form as if through smoke. The Blight erupted from the ground then, black tendrils bursting through the soil, reaching for the tree's roots. They writhed and twisted like serpents, seeking to infect, to corrupt, to destroy. But Sylviana's song reached its crescendo, and the light that surrounded her exploded outward in a wave of pure, cleansing energy. The wave struck the blight's tendrils, and they recoiled, shriveling and blackening and turning to dust. The light spread outward from the willow in an ever-expanding circle, washing over the 3 paths, over the surrounding forest, purifying everything it touched. Flowers bloomed in its wake. Grass grew greener. Trees straightened, their branches reaching toward the sky in celebration. The blight tried to resist, tried to maintain its grip, but it could not withstand the power of a Dryad's sacrifice. It was pushed back, until finally it fled entirely, retreating to the mortal world from which it came. Sylviana's song ended. Her form, now barely visible, flickered like a candle flame in wind. She looked at the woman one final time, and her expression held no regret, no sorrow, only peace. Then she dissolved completely, her essence flowing into the tree, becoming one with it in a way that transcended even their original bond. The willow blazed with silver light for a moment, so bright that it could be seen from every corner of the Feywild. A beacon proclaiming that sacrifice had been made, that life had been preserved. Then the light faded, and the tree stood silent once more. But it was changed. The bark now held permanent patterns that looked like flowing script, telling the story of what had transpired here in a language that only nature could read. The leaves shimmered with ethereal light, even in darkness. The flowers at its base bloomed eternal, never fading, never wilting, monuments to the Dryad, who had given everything to protect her world. The woman remained at the base of the willow for 3 days, though she could not have said how long it truly was, for time in the Feywild was strange. She wept for Sylviana, for the sacrifice made on her behalf, for the guilt that now weighed upon her soul. On the 3rd day, representatives from both the Seelie and Unseelie courts arrived together, drawn by the beacon they had witnessed. They found the woman and heard her story, and they were moved by it, moved in ways that Fey creatures rarely are. The courts declared the willow sacred ground, a place that would be protected and honored for all time. They erected markers at the junction of the 3 paths, stones carved with symbols of protection and remembrance. They composed songs about Sylviana's sacrifice, songs that would be sung at gatherings for generations to come. And they escorted the woman safely home, back through the veil to her own world, ensuring that she would never be hunted by the blight again. Years passed in the mortal world, but in the Feywild, the willow remained unchanged, eternal, a testament to the power of sacrifice and the strength of love for one's home. Travelers who passed the crossroads often reported feeling a presence there, gentle and welcoming, as if someone was watching over them. Some claimed to see a figure standing beneath the branches, translucent and shimmering, though it always vanished when approached. The truth was that Sylviana had not entirely disappeared. Her consciousness remained within the tree, not as it had been before, but different, transformed. She could no longer speak or move or manifest, but she could still feel, still sense the world around her. She felt every creature that sought shelter beneath her branches. She felt the rain and wind and sun. She felt the love and respect that other beings showed to her tree, and in these feelings, she found contentment. The sacrifice had not been an ending. It had been a transformation, a change from one state of being to another. Sylviana had become something greater than she had been, something that transcended the individual, that connected to the very essence of the Feywild itself. Her willow stood as a guardian still, protecting the crossroads, maintaining the balance, ensuring that the paths remained open and safe. And in this purpose, she found meaning that would last for all eternity. Other dryads would sometimes visit the willow, placing their hands upon its trunk, feeling the echo of their sister's presence within. They would whisper their respects, share their own stories, seek guidance from the wisdom that seemed to emanate from the ancient wood. And though Sylviana could not respond in words, they felt her answer nonetheless, felt her encouragement, her love, her eternal blessing. The tale of the weeping willow's sacrifice became one of the most cherished stories in the Feywild, a reminder that even in a realm of immortals and endless magic, there were things worth dying for. It taught that sacrifice was not weakness, but strength, that giving oneself for others was the highest form of love. And it proved that some bonds transcend death itself, that consciousness can persist in forms we cannot fully comprehend, that endings are merely doorways to new beginnings. To this day, if you ever find yourself walking through the Feywild, if you follow the right paths and make the right choices, you might stumble upon a crossroads where three ancient ways converge, and there you will find a willow tree, massive and beautiful, its silver bark glowing softly in the eternal twilight. If you approach with respect, if your heart is true, you might feel something, a presence that welcomes you, protects you, wishes you well on your journey. And if you are very lucky, very pure of spirit, you might glimpse her for just a moment, a figure of light and leaves, standing guard over her sacred charge, forever watching, forever waiting, forever loving the world she saved with her final song. Lore number 2. The fallen Paladin of Tyr. In the great city of Waterdeep, where towers pierce the clouds and streets wind like rivers through canyons of stone, there once served a paladin whose name was spoken with reverence by all who knew of justice. Caldron Ironheart stood as a beacon of Tyr's divine will, a champion who had dedicated his entire life to the maimed god's principles of law and righteousness. For 20 years, he walked the streets of the City of Splendors, his armor gleaming with holy radiance, his sword swift in defense of the innocent, his judgment fair and unwavering. But even the brightest lights can cast the darkest shadows, and Caldron's fall would become a tale whispered in the quietest corners of temples, a warning about the price of pride and the terrible cost of redemption. Caldron had taken his oath before the altar of Tyr when he was merely 18 years old, a young man filled with idealism and burning passion for justice. He had witnessed his father's murder at the hands of corrupt city guards when he was only 12, had watched as those who should have protected the innocent instead became predators. That moment had defined him, shaped him, driven him toward a path where such corruption could never flourish. He trained in the temple's martial halls, studied the laws of gods and mortals, memorized every tenet of Tyr's holy scripture. By the time he knelt before the high priest to swear his sacred vows, he knew every word by heart, felt every principle burning in his soul like holy fire. The early years of his service were marked by triumph after triumph. Kaldrin brought criminals to justice with such efficiency that the city watch began calling upon him regularly for assistance. He broke up smuggling rings that had operated for decades. He exposed corrupt officials whose deeds had been hidden by webs of influence and gold. He stood as champion in trials by combat, his sword guided by divine favor, never once defeated. The people loved him, priests praised him, and even Lord Pirgerin, the open lord of Waterdeep himself, recognized Kaldrin's contributions to the city's safety and order. But success can be poison to the soul when one forgets that virtue requires humility. Kaldrin began to believe that his judgment was infallible, that his understanding of justice was perfect, that he alone truly comprehended Tyr's will. When other paladins questioned his methods, he dismissed their concerns as weakness. When priests suggested that mercy might sometimes serve justice better than punishment, he accused them of compromising their principles. He became rigid, inflexible, seeing the world in absolutes of black and white, unable to perceive the shades of gray that existed in every human heart. The case that would destroy him began on a rain-soaked autumn evening when guards brought a young thief before him. The boy was 15 years old, gaunt with hunger, his clothes little more than rags. He had been caught stealing bread from a merchant's stall, his third offense within a year. The law was clear. 3 thefts warranted the severing of a hand, a brutal punishment meant to deter repeat offenders. The merchant demanded this sentence be carried out immediately, citing legal precedent and his rights under city statute. Kaldrin looked at the boy and saw only the crime, not the child. He saw only the violation of law, not the desperation that had driven it. When the boy's mother threw herself at his feet, begging for mercy, explaining that her husband had died in the recent war with Luskan, that she had no means to feed her children, that her son had stolen only to keep his younger siblings from starving, Kaldrin remained unmoved. The law was the law. Justice demanded its enforcement. To show favoritism based on circumstance would be to compromise the very foundations of order that held civilization together. He pronounced the sentence himself, his voice carrying the weight of divine authority. The boy screamed. The mother wailed. The crowd that had gathered fell silent, uncomfortable with the spectacle, but unwilling to challenge a paladin of Tyr. The execution of the sentence was carried out in the public square. As tradition demanded, the boy's hand severed cleanly by the headsman's blade while Caldron watched, his expression stern and unyielding. That night, the boy's mother hanged herself in her small dwelling, unable to bear the weight of her despair. Her younger children were found 3 days later, dead of starvation and exposure, too young to survive on their own. The news reached Caldron as he was preparing for his morning prayers, and for the first time in years, he felt something crack inside his certainty. 4 deaths, a family destroyed, all because he had enforced the letter of the law without considering its spirit, had demanded justice without tempering it with mercy. He tried to justify his actions. The law had been followed correctly. The boy had committed the crime. The consequences were tragic, but not his responsibility. But the rationalizations rang hollow in his mind, grew weaker with each repetition. He knelt before Tyr's altar that evening, seeking guidance, seeking reassurance that he had done right. But for the first time in his service, he felt no divine presence, no comforting warmth of holy favor. There was only silence, cold and absolute, a void where connection had once existed. Days passed, then weeks. Caldron continued his duties, but the confidence that had once defined him was gone. He hesitated in his judgments, second-guessed his decisions, felt the foundations of his certainty crumbling beneath him. Other paladins noticed the change, approached him with concern, offered support. He rejected them all, retreated further into himself, unable to admit what he knew in his heart to be true. He had failed, not just in the case of the boy, but in his entire understanding of what it meant to serve justice. Then came the moment when everything collapsed. Caldron stood in the temple during evening prayers, attempting once more to reach Tyr, to feel the divine connection that had sustained him for 20 years. He opened his heart, spoke words of devotion, begged for forgiveness and guidance. And in response, he felt the connection sever completely, felt the divine power that had flowed through him since his ordination simply vanish, leaving him hollow and empty. His holy symbol grew cold against his chest. The aura of protection that had always surrounded him dissipated like morning mist. His spells, the divine magic that had healed the wounded and bolstered the faithful, became nothing more than empty words spoken into darkness. He had fallen. Tyr had withdrawn his favor, had judged Caldron and found him wanting. The paladin who had served justice without mercy now faced judgment without appeal. He stumbled from the temple that night, unable to face the priests who would soon discover what had happened, unable to bear the looks of pity or condemnation he knew would follow. His armor, once gleaming with holy radiance, now appeared dull and tarnished. His sword, which had blazed with righteous fire in battle, was now just steel and leather. Caldron wandered the streets of Waterdeep like a ghost, avoiding places where he might be recognized, hiding in shadows that had once feared his light. He had nothing, no purpose, no faith, no identity beyond the role he had lost. The thought of suicide crossed his mind more than once during those dark weeks, the temptation to end his shame permanently nearly overwhelming. But something prevented him, some stubborn core of will that refused to surrender even in the depths of despair. It was in the worst district of the city, in an alley behind a tavern, where criminals gathered and honest folk feared to tread, that Caldron encountered the woman who would offer him a terrible choice. She appeared from darkness itself, her form cloaked in shadows that seemed to move with independent will. Her face was beautiful, but cold, her eyes holding depths that spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. She knew his name, knew his story, knew the agony that consumed him. She offered him redemption, not the slow, painful process of atonement and rebuilding that the temple would demand, not years of service and humility and gradual restoration of favor. Instead, she offered immediate restoration, the return of his powers, the chance to serve justice once more. All he needed to do was accept a new patron, swear a new oath, bind himself to her service instead of tears. Caldron knew what she was. Devils did not hide their nature from those they sought to corrupt. She was an agent of the 9 hells, a tempter sent to claim souls for eternal damnation. Everything he had been taught, every principle he had lived by, screamed at him to refuse, to reject this offer regardless of the cost. But in his broken state, filled with self-loathing and desperate for purpose, he found himself listening, considering, rationalizing. She promised that he could continue fighting for order and justice. The hells, she explained, represented the ultimate expression of law, a perfect hierarchy where every being had their place and purpose. He would serve that law, enforce it in the mortal realms, bring order to chaos just as he had always done. The methods would be harsher, perhaps, the punishments more severe. But wasn't that what true justice required? Hadn't his failure come from being too lenient, too willing to consider mercy when law demanded severity? The rationalization was poison, but Caldron drank it willingly. He accepted her offer, spoke the words that bound him to infernal service, felt dark power flood into the emptiness where divine grace had dwelled. It was not the same. Where tears' blessing had been warm light, this was cold fire. Where holy power had uplifted and purified, this corrupted and twisted. But it filled the void, gave him purpose, allowed him to be something other than a failure. For 3 years, Caldron served his new master. He became an instrument of tyranny disguised as justice, enforcing laws with brutal efficiency, showing no mercy, no compassion, no humanity. He hunted criminals with infernal fury, delivered punishments that exceeded any crime. Those who had once celebrated his service now feared him, fled when they saw him approaching, whispered that the fallen Paladin had become worse than the criminals he pursued. Deep within himself, in a place he tried desperately to ignore, Caldron knew he had become a monster. Every act of cruelty, every excessive punishment, every moment of fear he inspired carved deeper wounds in his soul. The devil who commanded him praised his work, promised greater power, greater authority. But praise from evil is condemnation, and Caldron felt himself slipping further into darkness with each passing day. The turning point came when he was ordered to execute a group of refugees who had entered Waterdeep illegally, fleeing persecution in their homeland. Among them was a woman with 3 children, the oldest no more than 10 years old. As Caldron approached to carry out his orders, the woman looked at him with eyes that held no fear, only sadness, only pity. She spoke quietly, so only he could hear. She told him that she knew who he had been, had heard stories of the Paladin who had once protected the innocent. She said that she forgave him for what he had become, understood that pain could break even the strongest soul, and then she knelt, placing her body between his sword and her children, prepared to die if it meant they might live a moment longer. In that instant, Caldron saw himself clearly for the first time in years. He saw the boy whose hand he had ordered severed. He saw the mother who had hanged herself in despair. He saw every victim of his pride and cruelty, every life destroyed by his rigid interpretation of law without love, and he saw what he had become, a servant of hell enforcing tyranny in justice's name, betraying everything Tyr represented, betraying his own soul. He lowered his sword. The woman stared at him in shock. The guards accompanying him demanded to know what he was doing, threatened to report his disobedience. Caldron ignored them all. He helped the woman to her feet, gathered her children, led them to safety through streets he knew better than anyone. He took them to a temple, not tears but Ilmators, the crying god who embraced the suffering and oppressed. He left them there with what little gold he possessed, then walked away knowing he had signed his own death warrant. The devil came for him that night, manifesting in his small room in full diabolic glory, no longer hiding behind beautiful illusions. She was furious at his betrayal, promised torments beyond imagination, reminded him that his soul was bound by contract and oath. Caldron did not run or beg. He simply knelt, removed his armor piece by piece, laid down the sword that had served both righteousness and corruption. He spoke only one sentence, quiet, but filled with absolute conviction. He told her to take him to hell. He would accept eternal damnation as the price for his crimes, would face whatever punishment the infernal hierarchy deemed appropriate. But he would not serve evil anymore, would not harm another innocent, would not allow himself to be used as an instrument of tyranny. His soul might be forfeit, but his will remained his own, and he chose to resist even knowing it was futile. The devil smiled then, a terrible expression that held no warmth or joy. She told him that his choice had been anticipated, that greater powers than herself had been watching, waiting to see if any spark of goodness remained in his corrupted soul. His refusal to continue serving, his acceptance of damnation rather than further compromise, had answered that question. The contract, it seemed, had contained a clause he had never noticed, words written in script so fine that mortal eyes could not perceive them. If the bound servant chose redemption even knowing it meant destruction, if they placed others' welfare above their own survival, the contract became void. She vanished in flames and sulfur, taking the infernal power with her. Kaldrin collapsed, feeling the dark magic drain from his body, leaving him empty once more. But this emptiness felt different than before. It was clean, pure, a blank slate rather than a rotting wound. He lay on the floor of his room until dawn, too exhausted to move, too overwhelmed to think. When morning came, Kaldrin walked to Tyr's temple. He did not enter. He simply knelt on the steps outside, his head bowed, and began to pray, not for forgiveness, for he knew he deserved none. Not for restoration, for he had proven himself unworthy. He prayed only for the strength to endure whatever came next, for the wisdom to truly understand justice, for the humility to accept that he would never again serve as Tyr's Paladin. He remained there for 3 days and 3 nights, neither eating nor drinking, his prayers continuous, his devotion absolute. Priests tried to move him, but he would not be budged. Citizens gathered to watch, some mocking, some pitying, some praying alongside him. On the 3rd night, as rain began to fall and wind howled through the streets, Kaldrin felt something stir within the emptiness. It was not the rush of power he had once known, not the overwhelming presence of divine favor. It was gentler, quieter, a small flame kindled in darkness, growing slowly but steadily stronger. Tyr's grace returned, but changed. Kaldrin would never again wield the powers he had possessed in his pride. His magic was diminished, his divine connection tempered by humility and the knowledge of his own fallibility. But it was real, and it was pure, and it came with understanding he had lacked before. Justice without mercy was tyranny. Law without love was oppression. True righteousness required wisdom to know when rules served the greater good and when they caused greater harm. Kaldrin served Tyr for 30 more years after his redemption, but he was a different paladin than he had been before his fall. He worked in the poorest districts, helping those the law had failed, showing mercy to those the system would have crushed. When he enforced the law, he did so with compassion, always seeking to understand why someone had transgressed before determining how they should face consequences. He became known not for his sword or his righteous fury, but for his kindness, his patience, his willingness to listen and to help. He never forgot the price of his redemption. Every day, he carried the memory of those he had harmed, the lives destroyed by his pride, the years spent serving evil. These memories were burdens he accepted willingly, reminders that kept him humble, that prevented him from ever again believing his judgment was infallible. And in carrying that weight, in accepting his past without letting it destroy his future, he became a true servant of justice at last, tempered by suffering, strengthened by understanding, redeemed through the darkest price any soul can pay. Lore number 3, the Shadowfell's Forgotten Children. There exists a place where light goes to die, where color bleeds away into endless shades of gray, and where the very fabric of existence hangs heavy with sorrow. This is the Shadowfell, a plane of darkness that mirrors the material plane like a twisted reflection in tarnished glass. And within its depths dwell those who have been forgotten by time, memory, and mercy itself. The Shadowfell was not always a prison of despair. Long ago, before the current age, before the spell plague reshaped the cosmos, this realm served as a waypoint between life and death. It was a place of transition, where souls passed briefly on their journey to their final rest. But as centuries turned to millennia, the plane began to collect those who could not move forward, those who were trapped between one existence and another. These became the Shadowfell's forgotten children, and their tales are written in the very darkness that surrounds them. Among the first of these forgotten souls were the Shadowfell, a people whose origins stretch back to an age when the boundaries between planes were more fluid, more permeable. They were once mortal humanoids, living in the material plane with all the vibrancy and passion that life could offer. But they made a choice, or perhaps it was made for them by forces they could not comprehend. They bound themselves to the Shadowfell, seeking refuge from a terrible threat that has been lost to history. Some whispers speak of a god's wrath, others of a cataclysm that would have destroyed their entire civilization. Whatever the truth, the Shadowfell fled into the darkness, and the darkness welcomed them with open arms. The transformation was gradual at first. The Shadowfell noticed their colors fading, their emotions becoming muted like sounds heard through thick walls. They thought this was temporary, that once the danger passed, they could return to the light. But the Shadowfell does not release its children easily. With each passing year, the plane sank its essence deeper into their beings. Their skin became pale as moonlight on snow. Their eyes darkened to pools of shadow, and their memories of the world they left behind grew dim and fragmented. Yet, the most terrible change was the one that happened to their souls. The Shadowfell found that without the vibrant emotions they once possessed, they began to fade entirely. The Shadowfell's very nature worked against existence itself, slowly eroding all things until nothing remained but whispers in the dark. To combat this terrible fate, the Shadowfell learned to seek out intense experiences, moments of sharp feeling that could anchor them to consciousness. They adorned themselves with piercings and ritual scarification, not out of vanity, but out of desperate necessity. Each mark on their flesh was a reminder that they still existed, that they had not yet been consumed by the endless gray. But the Shadowfell were not the only children claimed by the Shadowfell. There were others, individuals who stumbled into the plane through tears in reality, through cursed portals, or through the machinations of dark powers seeking servants. One such soul was Nereza of Waterdeep, a young wizard whose story has been passed down through fragmented accounts and half-remembered legends. Nereza lived in the City of Splendors during the 13th century of Dale Reckoning, a time when magic flowed freely, and ambition burned bright in the hearts of the learned. She was talented beyond measure, a prodigy who mastered spells that would have taken others decades to comprehend. But talent without wisdom is a dangerous thing, and Nereza's hunger for knowledge led her down paths that should have remained unexplored. She became obsessed with the nature of death and the journey of souls. She wanted to understand what happened in those final moments, what secrets the dying carried with them into the void. Her research led her to ancient texts that spoke of the Shadowfell, of the plane where death held dominion, but not completion. She learned of rituals that could pierce the veil between worlds, that could allow a living mind to touch the realm of shadows and return unchanged, or so she believed. On a night when the moon hung thin and distant in the sky, Nereza performed her ritual in a chamber deep beneath her tower. She spoke words in languages that predated human civilization, drew symbols that hurt the eyes to perceive, and opened a doorway into darkness. She stepped through, intending to observe and learn, to spend mere moments in that other place before returning to her warm, colorful world. The Shadowfell had other intentions. The portal closed behind her, with the finality of a tomb being sealed. Nereza found herself standing in a landscape that resembled Waterdeep, but was simultaneously nothing like it. The buildings were the same, positioned in familiar ways, but they were ruins, crumbling structures of gray stone beneath a sunless sky. The streets were empty of life, populated only by shadows that moved with their own agency. Independent of any light source, Nereza tried desperately to recreate the ritual, to open another doorway home. But her magic worked differently here. Spells that should have blazed with power flickered weakly, like candles struggling against a storm wind. She wandered the shadow version of Waterdeep for what might have been days or years. Time had no meaning in this place, no consistent measure. She aged and did not age, hungered, and yet did not starve, grew weary, but could not truly rest. Eventually, she encountered others like herself. They called themselves the Forgotten, souls who had become trapped in the Shadowfell through various misfortunes. Some had been explorers like Nereza, others had been cursed, and still others had died in ways that prevented their souls from moving on to proper afterlives. They gathered in the ruins of what had once been a temple, seeking comfort in shared misery. The Forgotten told Nereza of the dangers that awaited in the Shadowfell. They spoke of the shadow mastiffs, hounds of pure darkness that hunted any who ventured too far from safe havens. They warned her of the Dark Ones, entities that were once human, but had embraced the Shadowfell so completely that they became living shadows themselves, predators that fed on the fading essence of trapped souls. Most terrifying of all, they spoke of the Raven Queen, the goddess of death who ruled portions of the Shadowfell from her fortress of frozen memories. The Raven Queen was an enigmatic figure, a deity whose origins were shrouded in mystery and contradiction. Some said she had once been mortal, an ambitious ambitious magic user who ascended to godhood by stealing the divine spark from another deity of death. Others claimed she had always been divine, that she emerged from the Shadowfell itself when the need for a death goddess became too great to ignore. Regardless of her origins, all agreed on one thing. The Raven Queen collected souls, particularly those who had escaped their fated deaths, or who possessed knowledge of mortality's deepest secrets. Nereza knew her research into death would make her valuable to such a being, and the thought terrified her. She hid among the forgotten, learning their ways of survival. They taught her how to move through the Shadowfell without attracting attention, how to find the rare pockets where echoes of the material plane bled through, and provided temporary respite from the draining effects of the Shadow Realm. They showed her how to preserve her memories by etching them onto stone, into the very fabric of the shadowy buildings around them, because memory was the first thing the Shadowfell consumed. Years passed, or perhaps centuries, without the sun to mark days, without seasons to denote the passage of time. Existence became a blur of gray sameness. Nereza found herself forgetting why she had wanted to study death in the first place. She forgot the faces of her family, the sound of laughter, the taste of food. She forgot what colors looked like, what warmth felt like on skin. She was becoming one with the Shadowfell, fading into nothingness like so many others before her. But then came a spark, a moment of sharp clarity that changed everything. A group of adventurers appeared in the Shadowfell, living beings from the material plane who had entered this realm in pursuit of a powerful artifact. They blazed with color and life, so vivid against the gray landscape that Nereza could barely look at them. She had forgotten that such vibrancy could exist. The adventurers were being hunted by shadow demons, creatures of pure malevolence that wanted nothing more than to drag these bright souls down into darkness. Nereza watched from hiding as the demons closed in, as the adventurers prepared to make their final stand. And in that moment, something within her awakened. Some small piece of the person she used to be, the wizard who had wanted to understand death not out of darkness, but out of a desire to help the dying find peace. She emerged from the shadows and joined the fight. Her magic, so long diminished by the Shadowfell's oppressive atmosphere, suddenly surged with power. She cast spells of light and force, pushing back the shadow demons with a ferocity that surprised even herself. The adventurers, shocked by this unexpected aid, rallied, and together they destroyed the demonic threat. In gratitude, the adventurers offered to help Nereza escape the Shadowfell. They knew a ritual, learned from a priest of Kelimver, the current god of death, that could anchor a lost soul back to the material plane. It was not without risk, they warned. The Shadowfell did not release its children willingly, and the attempt might destroy her completely. But the alternative was to remain forever in this gray prison, fading slowly until nothing of her remained. Nereza made her choice. She gathered the other forgotten and told them of this chance, this possibility of escape. Some refused, too afraid of the risk or too far gone to remember why they would want to leave. But others, those who still held fragments of hope, agreed to try. The ritual took place at a thin point between planes, where the barrier was weak enough to pierce. The adventurers chanted in unison, while Nereza and the other Forgotten stood within a circle of power, energy built around them, pulling against the Shadowfell's grip. The plane itself seemed to resist, shadows writhing and grasping like living things, trying to hold onto their captured souls. One by one, the Forgotten were pulled through, yanked back into the material plane with violent force. Some made it through whole, gasping and crying, as color and sensation flooded back into their awareness. Others were not so fortunate, torn apart by the conflicting forces, or left as hollow shells, their essence too depleted to sustain existence in the living world. Nereza was among the last to cross over. As she stood on the threshold between shadow and light, she looked back at the Shadowfell. She saw the countless others still trapped there, souls who had no hope of rescue, who would fade into nothingness because no one remembered them, the forgotten children of the Shadow Realm, lost and alone in eternal gray. She carried their memory with her as she stepped through into light, into warmth, into a world so overwhelming in its beauty that she fell to her knees and wept. She had been lost for 147 years, though to her it had felt both longer and shorter than that impossible span. Nereza devoted the remainder of her life to helping others avoid her fate. She sealed the ritual that had trapped her in the first place, destroyed every copy she could find. She worked with priests of Kelemver to establish safeguards around places where the barrier between planes grew thin, and she recorded her experiences in great detail so that others would know what awaited in the Shadowfell, so that the forgotten children she had left behind would not be entirely forgotten after all. But the Shadowfell's hold on her never truly broke. She found that she could no longer tolerate bright lights or loud noises. Colors seemed too intense, emotions too raw. She had spent so long in muted gray that vibrancy itself had become painful. She lived in dim rooms and quiet spaces, a ghost among the living, forever marked by her time in the Shadow Realm. And on the night of her death, when her time finally came naturally many years later, witnesses said that her shadow moved independently of her body. It peeled away and drifted toward a darkened corner of the room, returning to the place that had claimed her so long ago. Her body passed into the fugue plane as all souls do, to be judged and sent to its proper afterlife. But her shadow, that piece of her that had been touched by the Shadowfell, returned home, because the Shadowfell never truly releases its children. It marks them, changes them, makes them part of itself. And even when they escape, even when they return to light and life, a piece of them remains behind in that gray prison, forever forgotten, forever lost, forever part of the darkness that hungers for all things. The tale of Nereza and the Forgotten serves as a warning to those who would explore the plains without proper respect and preparation. The Shadowfell is not simply another realm to be studied and catalogued. It is a hungry place, a plane that feeds on existence itself, that consumes hope and memory, and reduces all things to fading echoes of what they once were. Those who enter unprepared become its children, adopted into a family of despair from which there is rarely escape. And still, the forgotten children remain, trapped in that endless gray, waiting for a rescue that may never come. Lore number 4, the Githyanki's Silver Sword. In the timeless expanse of the astral plane, where thought becomes reality and mortality holds no dominion, the Githyanki have carved their empire from the very substance of eternity. Among these fierce warriors, no possession holds greater value than the silver sword, a weapon forged not merely of metal, but of purpose, of legacy, of the unbreakable covenant between wielder and blade. This is the tale of Karnas, a knight of the Githyanki whose bond with her silver sword transcended even the boundaries between life and death, and whose sacrifice illuminated the true meaning of honor among her people. The fortress of Tunnerath drifted through the silvery void, a city built upon the corpse of a dead god, its spires reaching into the endless gray that surrounded it on all sides. Within the war chambers of the primary citadel, Karnas stood before the assembled knights, her silver sword held in a ceremonial grip across both palms. The weapon gleamed with an inner light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her own heartbeat, for the blade had been attuned to her spirit through rituals spanning 7 full cycles of meditation and blood bonding. The sword's name was Zarketh, which in the harsh tongue of the Githyanki meant severance of chains, a name that honored the ancient liberation from the mind Flayer empire that had once enslaved their entire race. Karnas had earned her knight's rank through 300 years of service, though time held little meaning in the astral sea where bodies did not age, and moments stretched into eternities. She had led raids upon the material plane, had fought the hated Githzerai in the chaos of limbo, and had personally slain 2 mind flayers in single combat, watching with grim satisfaction as Zarketh severed not just their physical forms, but the very essence of their psychic beings. The silver sword was more than a weapon. It was the manifestation of Githyanki superiority, the proof that they had risen from slavery to become masters of their own destiny. To lose such a blade was to invite a shame worse than death, a dishonor so profound that the offending warrior would be hunted by their own kin, until the sword was recovered or the failed knight was destroyed. The supreme commander, a weathered veteran named Vriska, who had served under 3 different incarnations of Queen Vlakith, addressed the assembled knights with the gravity befitting a mission of utmost importance. A silver sword had been lost, not just any blade, but Thalkith, the breaker of minds, which had belonged to Knight Salthara before her fall in battle against a cadre of Illithid warriors who had ambushed a raiding party on the prime material world of Toril. the sword had not been recovered from the battlefield. Intelligence suggested that the Mind Flayers had taken the weapon back to their underground city, an elder brain colony deep beneath the surface, where twisted experiments and dark psychic rituals were conducted upon captured victims. The mission was clear. A strike force would descend into the depths of the Underdark, penetrate the Mind Flayer stronghold, and recover Thalkith before the Illithids could unlock its secrets. Or, worse, corrupt the blade for their own purposes. Karnis volunteered immediately, her voice cutting through the murmured discussions of the other knights with absolute certainty. She had known Zalthara, had fought beside her on 7 separate raids, and the thought of her sister, Warrior's silver sword, in the tentacled grasp of their ancient enemies filled her with a cold fury that burned hotter than any flame. The strike force numbered 12 knights, each bearing their own silver sword, each prepared to fight to the final breath if necessary. They passed through a planar gateway, the familiar silver void of the astral giving way to the oppressive weight and limitations of the material plane, where time flowed forward in its relentless march, and bodies, once again, became subject to injury and death. The transition was always jarring, like being compressed into a container too small to hold one's true essence. But Githyanki warriors trained for this sensation, learned to channel the discomfort into heightened awareness and battle readiness. The Underdark swallowed them in absolute darkness. Even with their dark vision piercing the gloom, the twisting tunnels and vast caverns pressed in with a malevolent presence. They moved in formation, silver swords drawn and gleaming with their own internal luminescence, each blade a beacon of defiant light against the crushing dark. Karnis led the advance. Zarkith held before her in a guard position, the psychic connection between warrior and weapon, allowing her to sense disturbances in the area around them. The Mind Flayers knew they were coming. Of course they did. The elder brain that commanded the colony had likely sensed their presence the moment they entered its territorial domain. Its vast psychic awareness spreading through the stone itself like roots through soil. The ambush came in a chamber where the walls glistened with some phosphorescent fungus that cast everything in sickly green light. Mind Flayers dropped from ceiling alcoves, their tentacled faces writhing with hunger, their psychic blasts slamming into the Githyanki formation like hammers of pure thought. 3 knights fell in the first assault, their minds shattered by the focused mental assault of the Illithids. But Githyanki were not the broken slaves of ancient history. They were the inheritors of liberation, warriors who had spent millennia honing their resistance to psychic domination. Karnis weathered the mental storm and surged forward, Zarkith singing through the air in a silver arc. The blade met the first Mind Flayers' reaching tentacles and passed through them as easily as cutting smoke. But the true devastation came when she drove the point into the creature's bulbous head. The silver sword did not merely pierce flesh. It severed the connection between the Illithid's physical form and its psychic essence, unraveling the very fabric of its existence, the mind Flayer collapsed into a twitching heap, its consciousness scattered beyond any hope of recovery. The battle raged through 3 chambers, each one littered with the remains of both Githyanki and Illithid dead. By the time the strike force reached the Elder Brain's sanctum, only 4 knights remained standing, including Karnas. They stood before a massive pool filled with brine, and within that pool floated the grotesque mass of the Elder Brain itself, a thing of pulsing tissue and ancient malevolence that had consumed thousands of minds over its centuries of existence. And there, mounted on a pillar of worked stone at the pool's edge, displayed like a trophy, was Thalkith. The silver sword pulsed with a corrupted light, its surface crawling with psychic parasites that the Elder Brain had attached to it, attempting to break down the weapon's innate resistance to mental invasion. The sight filled Karnas with rage, so pure it bordered on religious ecstasy. She raised Zarkith and spoke the ancient battle cry of her people, the words that had been shouted during the first rebellion against the Illithid Empire countless ages past. The Elder Brain retaliated with a psychic assault of such magnitude that 2 of the remaining knights fell immediately, blood streaming from their eyes and ears as their minds simply ceased to function. Karnas and the last knight, a veteran named Corvex, pressed forward through the mental onslaught. Corvex reached the pillar first and grasped Thalkith, tearing the corrupted blade free from its mounting. The psychic parasites seared his hands, burning through armor and flesh, but he held firm and threw the sword to Karnas. She caught Thalkith in her offhand, while Zarkith remained in her primary grip. Holding 2 silver swords simultaneously was considered impossible, for each blade demanded its own psychic connection, its own flow of mental energy from the wielder. The conflict should have torn her mind apart, but Karnas was not merely skilled. She was devoted beyond all measure to the code that defined her people. She channeled everything she was into both blades simultaneously, becoming a conduit for their combined power. Corvex fell to the Elder Brain's assault, his body crumpling as his mind was consumed. And added to the vast repository of stolen consciousness within the brine pool, Karnas stood alone before the cosmic horror of the Elder Brain, 2 silver swords blazing in her hands like stars brought down from the heavens. She leaped into the pool, her body plunging into the acidic brine that immediately began dissolving her armor and searing her flesh. Pain meant nothing. Death meant nothing. Only honor remained. She drove both silver swords into the Elder Brain simultaneously. Zarkith and Thalkith pierced the massive psychic entity, and their combined power did something unprecedented. The blades did not merely sever the Elder Brain's connection to its physical form. They unraveled every mind it had ever consumed, releasing thousands upon thousands of stolen consciousnesses in a psychic explosion that collapsed the entire cavern system. The Elder Brain's death scream echoed not just through the Underdark, but across the psychic planes themselves. A sound of such anguish that mind flayers across multiple worlds paused in their activities. Sensing the destruction of one of their most ancient leaders, Karnas felt her body dissolving in the brine, felt her life force ebbing away. But through the psychic connection to Zarkith, she sent one final message back to Tunnerath, a mental projection that carried the image of Thalkith recovered. The mission completed, honor preserved. She felt satisfaction in knowing that other Githyanki would come to retrieve both blades from the ruins, that Zarkith would be given to another worthy knight, that Thalkith would be restored to its rightful place among their people's treasures. In her final moment, as her consciousness began to fragment, Karnas experienced something unexpected. Through the psychic link to her silver sword, she felt the presence of every warrior who had ever wielded a Githyanki blade, every knight who had given their life in service to honor and freedom. She was not alone in death. She was joining a legacy that stretched back to the very moment of liberation, to the first time a slave had taken up arms against their Illithid masters and declared that bondage would end. Her last thought was not of regret or fear. It was pride. Pride in the knowledge that she had upheld the code, had recovered the lost blade, had struck a devastating blow against the ancient enemy. And in that pride, she found peace. Weeks later, measured in material plane time, a second Githyanki expedition descended into the collapsed cavern system. They found the remains of the Elder Brain colony in ruins, the mind flayers either dead or fled to other strongholds. Among the rubble and brine-stained stone, they discovered Karnas's body, or what remained of it, her hands still gripping both Zarkith and Thalkith. The swords had preserved themselves, their innate magic resisting the corrosive effects of the pool, and in doing so, had maintained the structural integrity of their wielder's final grasp. The recovery team spoke words of honor over Karnas's remains before cremating her body, according to Githyanki tradition. They carried both silver swords back to Tunnerath, where they were presented before Queen Vlakith herself. The Supreme Commander Vriska spoke the tale of Karnas's sacrifice before the assembled court. And when she finished, even the hardened warriors present observed a moment of silence, a rare acknowledgement of respect among a people not given to displays of sentiment. Thalkith was cleansed of the psychic parasites through rituals conducted over 13 cycles, then placed in the Hall of Honored Blades, where it would remain until another knight proved worthy of bearing it. But Zarkith received a different fate. The blade was not given to another warrior. Instead, it was returned to Karnas's bloodline, presented to her daughter Valkyra, who had just completed her training and earned the rank of warrior. Valkyra was too young yet to bear a silver sword, had not achieved the rank of knight that such a privilege required. But the queen made an exception, declaring that Karnas's devotion and sacrifice had elevated Zarkith beyond the normal considerations of rank and station. Valkyra accepted the blade with trembling hands, feeling the psychic resonance of her mother's essence still lingering within the metal. Through that connection, she understood what Karnas had experienced in those final moments. The pride and certainty that came from absolute devotion to honor. It was a lesson that would shape Valkyra's entire existence. A legacy passed not through words, but through the direct psychic imprint contained within the silver sword itself. Years passed in the way they do on the material plane, though in the astral sea time remained as fluid and strange as ever. Valkyra rose through the ranks, driven by the example her mother had set. She led her own raids, fought her own battles, and always, Zarketh remained at her side, the blade singing with a voice that seemed to carry echoes of Karnas's indomitable spirit. When Valkyra eventually fell in battle against a flight of ancient white dragons during a raid on the icy wastelands of the prime material, she died as her mother had, with Zarketh in her hand and honor preserved. The silver sword was recovered and passed to the next generation, and the next, becoming something more than a weapon. It became a symbol, a tangible representation of what it meant to be Githyanki, to value honor above life, duty above comfort, freedom above all else. Each wielder added their own essence to the blade's psychic tapestry. No, their psychic legacy, creating a chain of consciousness that stretched across centuries. In the war chambers of Tunnerath, young warriors are still told the tale of Karnas and her final stand against the elder brain. They learn that a silver sword is not merely a tool for cutting physical forms or severing astral cords. It is the embodiment of everything their people fought to become when they threw off the chains of Illithid slavery. It is honor made manifest, duty given form, sacrifice transformed into eternal legacy. And in the moments before battle, when a Githyanki knight raises their silver sword and prepares to face whatever enemy stands before them, they carry with them the psychic weight of all who have come before. They fight not just for themselves, not just for their queen or their people, but for the principle that some things transcend even death. Honor endures, freedom endures, the legacy of the blade endures. This is the way of the Githyanki. This is the truth written in silver and sealed with blood. From the first breath of rebellion to the last, stand against impossible odds. They remain what they have always been since the moment of liberation. They remain unbroken, unbowed, and forever free. Lore number 5. The first bride of Strahd. Before the darkness claimed the land of Barovia, before the mists rose to seal away a realm from the light of the sun, there existed a time when Castle Ravenloft stood proud upon its mountain perch, unblemished by the shadow that would consume it. In those days, the castle walls gleamed with honor rather than dread, and the name von Zarovich commanded respect rather than terror. This is the tale of how love became corruption, how devotion transformed into obsession, and how a single moment of jealous rage birthed an eternal curse that would echo through countless lifetimes. The story begins not with darkness, but with glory. Strahd von Zarovich was not born a monster. He entered the world as a child of nobility, born to a proud family in a distant land where wars raged across fertile valleys and ancient kingdoms clashed for dominance. From his earliest years, Strahd demonstrated a natural aptitude for warfare and strategy that set him apart from his peers. While other noble children played at swords, young Strahd studied the great military campaigns of history, absorbing lessons from commanders who had lived centuries before his birth. His father recognized this brilliance and cultivated it, grooming his eldest son to become not merely a warrior, but a legend. By the time Strahd reached his 20th year, he had already commanded his 1st battalion. By his 30th, he had conquered 3 neighboring territories and expanded his family's holdings beyond anything his ancestors had achieved. His reputation grew with each victory, and soldiers from across the realm sought to serve under his banner. They called him the Iron General, for his resolve never wavered and his tactical mind never faltered. Yet this constant warfare, this endless cycle of battle and bloodshed, began to exact a toll upon Strahd that could not be measured in scars or wounds. Each year that passed seemed to drain something vital from him, something ineffable and precious that could never be reclaimed. When Strahd gazed upon his reflection, he saw the creeping advance of age upon his features. Lines etched themselves around his eyes, marks of too many sleepless nights, planning campaigns and mourning fallen soldiers. His hair, once as black as a raven's wing, began to show threads of silver at the temples. His hands, though still strong and capable of wielding a sword with deadly precision, bore the rough calluses and old scars of decades spent in combat. Time, that most relentless of enemies, marched forward with merciless determination, and Strahd found himself powerless against it. His younger brother, Sergei, represented everything Strahd was not. Where Strahd had devoted his life to war, Sergei had embraced peace and diplomacy. Where Strahd's face showed the weathering of countless battles, Sergei's features remained youthful and unmarred. Sergei possessed a gentle soul, a kind heart, and a natural charm that drew people to him like flowers turning toward the sun. Strahd loved his brother, truly he did. But that love carried within it the seeds of bitter resentment. Sergei had never known the burden of command, had never been forced to order men to their deaths, had never felt the weight of an entire family's legacy pressing upon his shoulders. Sergei remained young while Strahd grew old, and this disparity festered in Strahd's heart like a wound that would not heal. The conquest of Barovia came late in Strahd's military career, when he had already seen more than 40 years. The valley lay nestled among towering mountains, isolated from the wider world by treacherous peaks and narrow passes. The people who lived there had been terrorized for generations by raiders and monsters that descended from the surrounding wilderness. When Strahd's armies swept through the mountain passages and drove back these threats, the Barovians welcomed him not as a conqueror, but as a savior. They offered him lordship over their valley, and Strahd accepted. Perhaps he saw in Barovia an opportunity to finally rest, to build something lasting rather than simply destroying the kingdoms of his enemies. Strahd commissioned the construction of a castle upon the mountain overlooking the valley, a fortress that would serve as both a defensive stronghold and a monument to his achievements. He named it Ravenloft, and for 3 years, hundreds of workers labored to raise its walls and towers. The castle grew into a magnificent structure with soaring spires that seemed to pierce the clouds and great halls that could accommodate hundreds of guests. Strahd oversaw every aspect of the construction, ensuring that Ravenloft would stand for centuries as a testament to the von Zarovich legacy. When the castle was finally completed, Strahd stood upon its battlements and surveyed his domain. And for a brief moment, he felt something approaching contentment. Then came Tatiana, and with her arrival, everything changed. She appeared in Barovia like the first flower of spring after a harsh winter, bringing light and warmth to a land that had known too much darkness. Tatiana was the daughter of a minor noble family, a young woman of remarkable beauty, whose very presence seemed to brighten the rooms she entered. Her hair cascaded down her back in waves of chestnut brown, and her eyes held the blue-green color of a mountain lake in summer. But her beauty extended beyond mere physical appearance. Tatiana possessed a kindness, a genuine compassion for others that manifested in countless small gestures and words of comfort. She tended to the sick, brought food to the hungry, and offered friendship to those whom society overlooked or dismissed. When Strahd first encountered Tatiana at a feast held in Castle Ravenloft, he felt something he had not experienced in decades, a stirring in his chest that he had thought long dead. Here was youth incarnate. Here was life and vitality unburdened by the weight of years and regret. Tatiana laughed with an easy joy that Strahd had forgotten existed, and when she spoke, her voice carried a musical quality that seemed to chase away the shadows that perpetually haunted the corners of his mind. In that moment, Strahd did not merely desire Tatiana. He became obsessed with the idea that she represented his last chance at happiness, his final opportunity to reclaim something of the youth that had slipped through his fingers like water. Strahd began to court Tatiana with a fervor that surprised even himself. He showered her with gifts, exotic treasures acquired during his many campaigns. He arranged private concerts featuring the finest musicians in the land. He commissioned poets to compose verses celebrating her beauty. He transformed portions of Castle Ravenloft into gardens filled with rare flowers imported from distant kingdoms. Every waking moment, Strahd devoted himself to winning Tatiana's affection, to proving himself worthy of her love. Yet Tatiana, for all her kindness and politeness, did not return Strahd's feelings with the passion he desperately craved. She thanked him for his gifts, appreciated his efforts, and treated him with respect befitting his station as Lord of Barovia. But her eyes did not light up when she saw him. Her heart did not race at his approach. She remained cordial but distant, like a beautiful statue that one might admire, but never truly touch. This lukewarm response drove Strahd to ever greater efforts, ever more elaborate demonstrations of his devotion. Yet the harder he tried, the more elusive Tatiana's love seemed to become. Then Strahd learned the truth that would ultimately destroy him. Tatiana had given her heart to another, and that other was none other than Sergei, Strahd's own brother. The revelation struck Strahd like a physical blow. Sergei, who had never fought a battle, never commanded an army, never built a kingdom, had effortlessly won the prize that Strahd desperately sought. The unfairness of it burned in Strahd's mind like acid. He had sacrificed everything, endured decades of hardship and warfare, earned the right through blood, and sweat to claim whatever he desired. And yet this young woman chose his untested younger brother over him. The resentment that had long simmered beneath the surface of Strahd's relationship with Sergei now erupted into full-blown hatred. Strahd confronted Sergei in the private quarters of Castle Ravenloft, demanding that his brother renounce his love for Tatiana. Sergei, shocked by the vehemence of Strahd's anger, refused. He loved Tatiana truly, Sergei explained, and she loved him in return. They planned to marry with or without Strahd's blessing, though they would prefer to have it. Sergei spoke of love as though it were a simple, natural thing, as easy as breathing, and his innocent joy only deepened the knife of jealousy twisting in Strahd's gut. After Sergei left, Strahd remained alone in his chambers, staring at his reflection in a polished mirror. The face that looked back at him belonged to a man in middle age, a man whose best years lay behind him, a man who had given everything to duty and warfare, and had nothing to show for it but scars and an empty heart. In that moment of despair and rage, Strahd made a decision that would doom not only himself, but an entire realm. He sought power through forbidden means. The ancient texts spoke of entities that dwelt beyond the veil of reality, beings of immense power who would grant gifts to those desperate enough to pay the price. Strahd delved into books of dark magic that had been locked away in the deepest vaults of Castle Ravenloft, tomes bound in strange leather and written in languages that predated human civilization. He learned of pacts and rituals, of sacrifices and transformations. The texts promised youth, immortality, power beyond the limitations of mortal flesh. All that was required was the willingness to surrender one's soul and embrace darkness absolutely. Strahd spent weeks preparing the ritual, gathering the necessary components, drawing the intricate symbols upon the floor of a hidden chamber deep beneath Castle Ravenloft. He understood that what he contemplated would damn him, that he would be crossing a threshold from which there could be no return. Yet, his obsession with Tatiana had grown so all-consuming that he could no longer think rationally about consequences. If he could not have Tatiana as a mortal man, then he would become something more than mortal. He would cheat death itself, claim eternal youth, and prove himself worthy of her love. On the night that Sergei and Tatiana were to be wed, Strahd enacted his dark ritual. In the hidden chamber beneath the castle, surrounded by guttering candles that cast writhing shadows upon the walls, Strahd called out to the powers beyond the veil. He offered his soul, his humanity, everything that he was in exchange for the power to take what he desired. The darkness answered his call. The transformation began with pain beyond anything Strahd had ever experienced on the battlefield. His blood seemed to catch fire in his veins, burning away his mortality from the inside out. His heart ceased its rhythmic beating and fell silent in his chest. Yet somehow he remained conscious, aware, alive in a way that transcended normal life. His senses sharpened to supernatural keenness, allowing him to hear the smallest sounds throughout the castle, to smell the blood pumping through veins hundreds of feet away. When the agony finally subsided and Strahd examined himself, he found that the years had melted away from his features. He appeared once more as he had in his youth, strong and vital and free from the marks of age. But the price of this transformation became immediately apparent. Strahd's reflection in the mirror had vanished. When he stepped outside the hidden chamber, the touch of ordinary sunlight filtering through a window brought instant, searing pain that forced him to retreat into shadow. And most damning of all, Strahd felt an overwhelming hunger rising within him, a desperate need for blood that threatened to overwhelm his reason and reduce him to a mindless predator. Strahd did not take time to adjust to his new nature or to consider the full implications of what he had become. The wedding ceremony was already beginning in the castle's grand chapel, and he could not allow it to proceed. He climbed the stairs from the hidden chamber, moving with a speed and grace that his mortal body had never possessed, and made his way toward the chapel. The wedding guests had assembled in their finest clothing, filling the pews and whispering among themselves in anticipation. Sergei stood at the altar, resplendent in formal attire, his face radiant with joy. And Tatiana, beautiful beyond words in her wedding gown of white lace, walked slowly down the aisle toward her husband-to-be. The moment was perfect, sacred, filled with hope for the future. Then Strahd burst through the chapel doors. What followed became legend in Barovia, a tale told in hushed whispers for generations. Strahd, transformed into something no longer human, descended upon his brother with inhuman fury. Sergei had no time to defend himself, no chance to draw a weapon or cry out for help. Strahd's hands, now tipped with claws, tore into Sergei's flesh with savage efficiency. The wedding guests screamed and fled in terror as the Lord of Castle Ravenloft murdered his own brother upon the altar, staining the sacred space with blood and betrayal. Tatiana watched in horror as her beloved died in a spreading pool of crimson. When Strahd turned toward her, his face twisted with obsession and hunger, she understood that she faced something far worse than death. Strahd reached for her, speaking words of love that rang hollow and monstrous coming from his blood-stained lips, promising that they would be together forever, that his new power would allow them to reign over Barovia for all eternity. Tatiana recoiled from his touch. She saw clearly what Strahd had become, saw the absence of humanity in his eyes, saw the monster wearing the face of the man she had once respected. And in that moment, Tatiana made her choice. Rather than submit to Strahd's twisted love, rather than allow him to transform her into something like himself, she turned and ran from the chapel. Strahd pursued her through the halls of Castle Ravenloft, calling out to her, begging her to stop and listen. But Tatiana fled with desperate speed, driven by primal terror. She climbed stairs and ran through corridors until she finally emerged onto the high battlements overlooking the cliffs behind the castle. There, with nowhere left to run and Strahd approaching from behind, Tatiana climbed onto the parapet. Strahd froze, suddenly understanding what was about to happen. He stretched out his hand, his voice changing from demanding to pleading. He promised her anything, everything, if she would only come down from the wall. But Tatiana looked at him one final time with eyes full of sorrow and defiance. And then she stepped backward into empty air. Strahd reached the parapet in time to see Tatiana's body strike the rocks far below. The impact killed her instantly, and her spirit fled to whatever afterlife awaited her, forever beyond Strahd's reach. In that moment, kneeling upon the battlements with his brother's blood still wet upon his hands, Strahd von Zarovich howled with anguish and rage. He had sacrificed everything, damned his soul, murdered his own blood, and gained nothing. Tatiana had chosen death over him. The dark powers that had granted Strahd his transformation now claimed their full price. The mists rose from the valley below, thick and impenetrable, forming a barrier around the entirety of Barovia. The land itself was torn from the normal world and cast into a realm of shadow and nightmare, a demiplane of dread where Strahd would rule forever as both lord and prisoner. The sun that rose over Barovia from that day forward brought no warmth, no comfort. The people of the valley found themselves trapped, unable to leave, condemned to live under the rule of a vampire lord who had doomed them all with his selfish obsession. And for Strahd, the curse took on a particularly cruel form. Every few generations, Tatiana would be reborn into the world, always as a young woman with the same soul, though she bore different names and different faces. Each time she appeared, Strahd would recognize her and attempt once more to win her love. And each time, she would reject him and die, often by her own hand, always choosing any fate rather than submitting to Strahd's corruption. This cycle would repeat endlessly, throughout centuries and beyond, a perfect punishment crafted by the dark powers to torment the man who had reached beyond mortality in pursuit of love. Castle Ravenloft transformed from a monument to glory into a cursed palace of horrors. Its halls, once filled with celebration and light, became home to the undead and other dark creatures that served their vampire master. The gardens where Strahd had once courted Tatiana withered and died, choked by thorns and shadow. The very stones of the castle seemed to absorb the darkness of what had occurred within its walls, and visitors who walked its corridors would feel an oppressive weight of sorrow and madness pressing down upon them. The Barovian people, who had once welcomed Strahd as their savior, learned to fear him above all else. They built fortifications around their villages, erected barriers of sacred symbols, and lived in constant dread of the Lord, who could no longer walk among them in daylight, but who commanded the night absolutely. Families told cautionary tales about Strahd von Zarovich, about the dangers of obsessive love and the price of bargaining with darkness. Yet they remained trapped in his domain, generation after generation, their lives merely backdrop to Strahd's eternal torment. And Tatiana, who had possessed no desire for the attention thrust upon her, who had simply wished to live a quiet life and love a good man, became a figure of tragic legend. She had committed no crime, made no bargain with dark powers, done nothing to deserve the fate that befell her. Yet, her soul became bound to Strahd's curse as surely as the vampire himself was bound to Barovia. Through countless incarnations, she would live and die, forever pursued by a love that had transformed into something monstrous. The tale of the first bride of Strahd, the woman who refused to become his bride at all, echoes through the mists of Barovia as a warning and a lamentation. It speaks to the danger of allowing desire to corrupt into obsession, of seeking power as a solution to mortal limitations, of refusing to accept that some things, no matter how desperately wanted, are simply not meant to be. Before Castle Ravenloft fell into darkness, it stood as a symbol of achievement and strength. After that terrible wedding night, it became a monument to how completely love can be twisted into its opposite, how the pursuit of happiness can create the deepest suffering, and how a single moment of terrible choice can echo through eternity. Lore number 6. The mind flayers humanity. Deep beneath the surface world, far from the light of sun and stars, in the endless dark of the Underdark, where stone meets shadow and silence holds dominion, there exists a horror that transcends mere physical monstrosity. The creatures known as mind flayers, or Illithids, represent a violation of the natural order so profound that even hardened adventurers who have faced dragons and demons speak of them in hushed, fearful tones. These beings possess tentacled faces that writhe with alien intelligence, and minds capable of crushing thoughts and devouring memories as easily as a wolf tears into flesh. Yet perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Illithid is not what they are, but what they once were, and the fragments of stolen humanity that sometimes persist within their alien consciousness. This is the tale of one such creature, an Illithid who bore no name in the language of its kind. For the mind flayers communicate through direct mental contact rather than spoken words, but in the deepest recesses of its consciousness, buried beneath layers of cold intellect and predatory instinct, there remained a whisper of a name, a memory that refused to die. That name was Aldrich, and it belonged to a man who had ceased to exist, yet somehow endured. Aldrich had been born in a small farming community on the surface world, a village so unremarkable that most maps did not bother to mark its location. He grew up working the fields alongside his father, learning to read the weather and the soil, to plant and harvest, to live in harmony with the changing seasons. His life followed a simple rhythm, predictable and comfortable. He fell in love with a girl named Elise, who lived in the neighboring farm. And they married in the spring, when the apple trees bloomed white against the blue sky. They spoke of children, of growing old together, of all the peaceful years stretching ahead like a road, leading into gentle twilight. Then came the night when the ground beneath the village opened. The mined Flayers had been excavating new tunnels through the Underdark, expanding the territory controlled by their colony. Their digging brought them close to the surface, close enough that their psionic senses detected the mines above. Dozens of human consciousnesses flickering like candles in the dark. To the Illithids, these mines represented resources, raw materials to be harvested. They broke through the final layer of earth and stone and emerged into the sleeping village like nightmares made flesh. Aldrich woke to screaming. He stumbled from his bed, still groggy with sleep, unable at first to comprehend what was happening. Strange creatures moved through the darkness, figures with bulbous heads and masses of tentacles where faces should be. Villagers fled in all directions, but the mined Flayers were faster, moving with unnatural grace. Worse than their physical speed was their mental power. With a thought, an Illithid could freeze a running human in place, could fill a mind with such overwhelming terror that the victim simply collapsed and waited for death. Aldrich watched helplessly as a mined Flayer caught Elise. The creature's tentacles wrapped around her head, and Aldrich heard her scream cut off suddenly as the Illithid's mouth opened and began to feed. He tried to run to her, tried to save her, but his legs would not obey him. An invisible force had seized control of his body, and he stood paralyzed as the mined Flayer drained away everything that Elise had been, consuming her thoughts and memories, and leaving behind only an empty husk that crumpled to the ground. Then another Illithid turned its attention to Aldrich. He felt the alien presence invade his mind, felt psychic tendrils worming through his thoughts, like fingers rifling through papers in a desk. The mined Flayer examined him with cold efficiency, assessing his worth. Aldrich was young, healthy, his brain undamaged and functioning well. Perfect. The Illithids took Aldrich and several other captives down into the tunnels beneath the earth. They left the village behind, abandoned and broken, with bodies scattered among the homes like discarded toys. As Aldrich descended into the Underdark, dragged along by irresistible mental compulsion, the last thing he saw of the surface world was the stars slowly disappearing as stone closed over his head. The mined Flayer colony existed in a massive cavern that had been shaped over centuries to serve the needs of its inhabitants. Strange architecture of purple stone and organic matter rose from the cavern floor. Buildings that seemed to have been grown rather than built. At the center of the colony, submerged in a vast pool of brine, rested the elder brain, an immense mass of neural tissue that served as the collective consciousness of the entire mined Flayer community. Every Illithid remained in constant mental contact with the elder brain, sharing thoughts and memories, contributing to the vast repository of knowledge that the colony had accumulated over generations. Aldrich and the other captives were herded into holding pens, cramped spaces carved from solid rock where they huddled together in the darkness. Some of the prisoners wept. Others sat in stunned silence. A few raged against the walls until their hands bled, accomplishing nothing. Aldrich simply waited, numb with shock and grief. Elise was dead. His life was over. Whatever came next could be no worse than what he had already endured. He was wrong. The mined Flayers came for the captives one by one, selecting them according to criteria that only the Illithids understood. When they finally chose Aldrich, he did not resist as they led him through winding passages to a chamber that hummed with psionic energy. There, suspended in a tank of translucent fluid, floated dozens of small creatures that resembled miniature squids with 4 tentacles. These were the Illithid tadpoles, the larval form of the mind flayers, each one hungry and eager to fulfill its purpose. An Illithid removed one of the tadpoles from the tank, holding it almost gently. Through the psychic connection that now permanently linked Aldrich to his captors, he understood what was about to happen with horrifying clarity. This was Ceramorphosis, the sacred transformation through which the mind Flayers reproduced. The tadpole would be inserted into Aldrich's brain through his ear canal or nose. Over the following days, it would consume his brain tissue and gradually transform his entire body from the inside out. His flesh would change, his bones would reshape, his organs would be restructured, and when the process was complete, Aldrich would no longer exist. In his place would stand a new Illithid, ready to serve the colony. Aldrich tried to scream, but the psychic hold prevented even that small release. The mind Flayer placed the tadpole at the opening of Aldrich's ear, and the creature needed no encouragement. It squirmed forward eagerly, slithering into Aldrich's head with obscene wetness. The sensation was indescribable, a violation so profound that Aldrich's mind nearly shattered from the trauma. He felt the tadpole burrowing deeper, felt it reach his brain and begin to feed. Then came the pain. Ceramorphosis is not a quick process. It unfolds over 7 days, each one worse than the last. The tadpole releases enzymes that break down the host's brain tissue, while simultaneously restructuring the neural pathways to suit its alien needs. The host remains conscious throughout the transformation, trapped inside a body that is being systematically destroyed and rebuilt. Aldrich experienced every moment of his dissolution. On the first day, Aldrich felt his sense of self beginning to fragment. Memories became confused, overlapping with experiences that were not his own. The tadpole was already accessing his neural structures, learning everything about him even as it prepared to erase him. On the second day, the physical changes began. Aldrich's skull started to elongate, the bones becoming softer and more pliable. His skin took on a grayish-purple hue. When he touched his face, he felt the beginning of tentacles emerging from around his mouth, small at first, but growing steadily. On the third day, Aldrich lost the ability to speak. His vocal cords had changed, restructured into something that could no longer produce human sounds. His tongue shriveled and hardened. He tried to call out for help, for Elise, for anyone, but produced only wet, gurgling noises that barely qualified as sound. On the fourth day, his eyes changed. Human vision faded, replaced by the Illithid's ability to sense heat and electrical impulses in living creatures. The world transformed into patterns of energy and pulsing life forces. Aldrich could perceive the minds of other beings as glowing points of consciousness, each one radiating thoughts and emotions that he could now detect. On the fifth day, Aldrich's internal organs began their final transformation. His digestive system simplified and changed, adapting to the Illithid diet of brain matter. He felt constant hunger now, a desperate need that demanded satisfaction. The mind flayers brought him food, not solid sustenance, but the extracted brains of captured surface dwellers. Some part of Aldrich recoiled in horror, but the hunger proved stronger. He fed, and in that moment of consumption, he felt the first stirrings of pleasure that his transforming body was capable of experiencing. On the sixth day, the tentacles around his mouth had grown to their full length, each one lined with sensitive receptors and tipped with a small opening. These would allow him to latch onto a victim's skull and access the brain within. Aldrich's hands had lengthened, the fingers becoming thin and delicate, perfect for the precise mental work that Illithids performed. His body had thinned, becoming lean and tall, all excess muscle mass consumed by the transformation. On the seventh day, Aldrich died. The transformation completed itself with a final surge of change that burned through every remaining cell of his human body. The tadpole had consumed his brain entirely and replaced it with Illithid neural tissue. The creature that emerged from the transformation chamber was no longer Aldrich. It was a mind flayer, a newborn member of the colony, ready to take its place among its kind. The new Illithid connected immediately to the elder brain, feeling its consciousness expand to encompass the vast mental network of the colony. Thoughts that were not its own flowed through its mind. Knowledge accumulated over centuries, the collective wisdom of hundreds of Illithids living and dead. It understood its purpose now. It would serve the colony would use its psionic powers to defend and expand the Illithid domain, would capture more surface dwellers for food and for transformation. This was the way. This was the only way. Yet something was wrong. Most Illithids emerge from seramorphosis as essentially new beings. The tadpole consumes the host's memories along with their brain tissue, leaving behind no trace of the person who once inhabited that body. But in rare cases, fragments of the host's consciousness survive, buried deep in the new Illithid mind, like shards of glass embedded in flesh. These memories serve no purpose, provide no useful information to the colony. They are simply there, persistent and troubling. The Illithid that had been Aldrich retained memories that it should not possess. It remembered working in fields under warm sunlight, though Illithids found sunlight painful and avoided it absolutely. It remembered the taste of bread and honey, though its transformed body could no longer process such food. It remembered love, an emotion that Illithids did not experience, for they were creatures of pure intellect who viewed emotions as weaknesses to be exploited in lesser beings. Most disturbing of all, it remembered Elise. The memory came to the Illithid in quiet moments, usually when it was alone in the small chamber that served as its private space within the colony. It would suddenly recall her face, the way her hair caught the morning light, the sound of her laughter. These recollections meant nothing. They were simply neural patterns, echoes of a dead human's experiences. The Illithid understood this intellectually. Yet the memories persisted, and with them came sensations that the Illithid could not properly name or understand. A hollowness in its center, a sense of something irretrievably lost. The Illithid tried to suppress these fragments of Aldrich. It threw itself into its duties with fierce dedication, hoping that activity would burn away the troublesome memories. It participated in raids on surface settlements, using its psionic powers to paralyze victims, while other Illithids fed or captured more hosts for seramorphosis. It served as a guard, protecting the colony from the occasional adventurers or drow warriors who penetrated deep enough to threaten the mind flayers. It communed with the elder brain, offering up its experiences and drawing upon the collective knowledge of the colony. But the memories of Aldrich would not fade. Years passed in the timeless darkness of the Underdark. The Illithid grew more powerful, its psionic abilities expanding through practice and study. It learned to shatter minds with a thought, to dominate the consciousness of lesser beings, and puppet their bodies like instruments. It mastered the Illithid art of extracting memories from consumed brains, allowing it to gain knowledge and skills from its victims. It became a valued member of the colony, trusted and respected by its peers. Yet always, in the background of its thoughts, Aldrich whispered. The turning point came during a raid on a drow trading outpost. The Illithids had been in conflict with a nearby drow house for decades. A cold war punctuated by occasional skirmishes and assassinations. This particular raid was meant to capture several drow for interrogation and eventual transformation. The Illithid that had been Aldrich participated in the attack, using its mental powers to disable the drow guards, while its companions secured the prisoners. Among the captured was a young drow woman, barely more than a girl. She struggled against her psychic restraints, her eyes wild with terror. As the Illithid looked at her, Aldrich's memories surged to the surface with unexpected intensity. The drow's features resembled Elise, not exactly, but enough to trigger a cascade of recollections. The Illithid found itself remembering the day of its wedding, the feeling of joy and hope, the promise of a future that had been stolen away. For the first time since its transformation, the Illithid hesitated. The other mind flayers noticed immediately. Through the mental network that connected them all, they sensed the disturbance in their companion's thoughts, the unwelcome surge of emotion that clouded its intellect. One of the elder Illithids probed deeper, examining the memories that the newer mind Flayer had been harboring. What it found disturbed it greatly. Retained host memories were considered a flaw, a sign of incomplete transformation. Mind flayers who exhibited such symptoms were viewed with suspicion by the colony. If the memories proved too strong, too disruptive, the flawed Illithid would be terminated, and its body returned to the elder brain to be reabsorbed. The colony could not afford to have members whose loyalty might be compromised by remnants of their former humanity. The elder Illithid reported its findings to the elder brain, and a judgment was rendered. The Illithid that had been Aldrich would be monitored closely. If it could overcome these flawed memories and fully embrace its nature as an Illithid, it would be allowed to continue serving the colony. If not, it would be destroyed. The Illithid understood that its existence now hung by a thread. It redoubled its efforts to purge Aldrich's memories, to silence that persistent human voice. It meditated in the presence of the elder brain, allowing the vast consciousness to wash through its mind and erode the troublesome fragments. It fed more frequently, consuming brain after brain in hopes that new memories would overwhelm the old. Nothing worked. If anything, the memories grew stronger. The Illithid found itself thinking about the surface world with increasing frequency. It remembered the sensation of wind on skin, the smell of growing things, the warmth of another person's touch. These were experiences that its current form could never have, sensations that meant nothing to an Illithid, yet it longed for them with an intensity that defied logic. The Illithid began to question itself, a dangerous practice for a creature whose existence depended on unwavering certainty. It wondered whether Aldrich had truly died, or whether some essential core of him remained trapped within the Illithid body like a prisoner in a cell. It wondered whether the transformation that had seemed so absolute might be, in some small way, reversible. It wondered what it truly was, Aldrich or Illithid, or some confused hybrid of both. These questions led the Illithid to research ancient texts stored within the elder brain's memories, records of seramorphosis failures and anomalies. It discovered that it was not alone. Throughout Illithid history, there had been others like itself, mind flayers who retained too much of their host's consciousness. Most had been destroyed when their condition became known. A few had fled, abandoning their colonies to wander the Underdark alone, outcasts from Illithid society and unable to return to the surface world they dimly remembered. One account particularly captured the Illithid's attention. Centuries ago, an Illithid had retained strong memories of its host, a human wizard. This Illithid had ultimately chosen to sever its connection to the elder brain and flee the colony. It had sought out magical means to reverse seramorphosis, to somehow restore its humanity. The records did not indicate whether it had succeeded. The elder brain simply noted that the rogue Illithid's connection had vanished, and it was presumed destroyed by the dangers of the Underdark. The Illithid that had been Aldrich realized it faced an impossible choice. It could remain with the colony and continue to struggle against memories that would never fully fade, living in constant fear of being discovered and terminated. Or it could flee, severing itself from the only society that would accept what it had become, and embark on a hopeless quest to reclaim a humanity that had been literally consumed and destroyed. Neither option offered hope, neither promised anything but suffering. In the end, the Illithid made no choice at all. The decision was made for it when the elder Illithids detected another surge of unstable emotions during a communion with the elder brain. This time, they did not offer a second chance. A group of 4 Illithids came to its chamber, their mental presences cold and implacable. Through their psychic link, they communicated the judgment. The flawed Illithid would be taken to the elder brain's pool. There, it would be terminated, and its body would be absorbed back into the collective, its few useful memories preserved, while the troublesome remnants of Aldrich were finally, mercifully erased. The condemned Illithid did not resist as it was led through the colony toward the central chamber. What was the point? It could not defeat 4 of its kind, could not escape the colony, could not change what it was or reclaim what it had lost. Aldrich was dead. The Illithid was doomed. There was a certain peace in accepting this inevitability. They brought it to the edge of the elder brain's pool. The vast consciousness waited beneath the surface of the brine, patient and eternal. The Illithid looked down into those depths and felt Aldrich's memories rising one final time. A desperate surge of all the experiences and emotions that the human man had possessed. In that instant, the Illithid experienced Aldrich's entire life, not as fragmented recollections, but as a coherent whole. It felt his childhood joys and fears, his adolescent dreams, his adult love for Elise. It felt his hope for the future that would never come, his naive belief that life would continue peaceful and simple until old age claimed him gently. And in feeling all of this, the Illithid finally understood the full tragedy of what Ceramorphosis truly meant. It was not simply death. Death was natural, inevitable, a passage from life into whatever might lie beyond. Ceramorphosis was erasure, the complete annihilation of a person's existence, and the perverse resurrection of their body as something antithetical to everything they had been. Aldrich had not simply died. He had been murdered, violated, transformed into the very thing that had destroyed him. The elder Illithids pushed their condemned companion forward. It toppled into the pool, sinking into the brine toward the waiting elder brain. The vast consciousness reached out with psychic tendrils, preparing to unmake the flawed Illithid and absorb whatever useful components remained. In the final moments before total dissolution, the Illithid that had been Aldrich thought of Elise one last time. It remembered her smile, her kindness, her love, and it felt something that no Illithid should be capable of feeling, something that Aldrich had known well, but that the Illithid had never understood until this final instant. It felt sorrow. Then the elder brain's consciousness engulfed it completely, and both Aldrich and the Illithid ceased to exist, leaving behind nothing but scattered memories dissolving into the vast repository of the colony's collective mind. Two beings, human and Illithid, erased as though they had never been. Their brief and tragic existence forgotten by all except perhaps the elder brain itself, which remembered everything and cared for nothing. The stolen memories finally found peace in oblivion, and the horror of humanity trapped within an Illithid body came at last to an end. Lore number 7. The Chromatic Dragon's Grief. In the age before the great wars between dragons and giants shook the foundations of the world, before the ancient empires of worms fell into ruin and legend, there existed a time when dragonkind had not yet divided itself so absolutely along the lines of chromatic and metallic, evil and good. The division was there, certainly, woven into the very essence of what it meant to be a dragon of Tiamat's chromatic bloodline versus a dragon descended from Bahamut's metallic heritage. Yet in those early days, when the world was younger and less scarred by conflict, the boundaries between these two lineages were not quite so rigid, not quite so absolute. This is the tale of one such boundary crossed, and the terrible price paid when love dared to bridge the divide between darkness and light. The red dragon, who would come to be known as Vexrathax, the grieving was born in the volcanic mountains of the southern continent, in a time when red dragons ruled vast territories and demanded tribute from entire kingdoms. His mother was an ancient worm of terrible power, a dragon who had lived for more than 1,000 years and accumulated a hoard that filled caverns the size of castles. She raised Vexrathax according to the traditions of red dragonkind, teaching him that strength was the only virtue that mattered, that other creatures existed merely as sources of treasure and food, and that mercy was weakness to be purged from one's character. Vexrathax proved an apt student. By the time he reached young adulthood, barely a century old, He had already claimed his own territory, a chain of volcanic islands where he built his first hoard through raids on coastal settlements and the plundering of merchant ships. He grew in size and power, his scales deepening from bright scarlet to the dark crimson of old blood. His breath weapon, the searing flames that all red dragons command, burned hot enough to melt stone and turn sand into glass. Other creatures feared him, as was proper. He took what he wanted and destroyed anything that stood in his way. Then came the day when Vexrathax encountered Oryxiel. She was a gold dragon, younger than Vexrathax by several decades, but already displaying the grace and wisdom that characterized her metallic kindred. Oryxiel made her home in the mountains north of Vexrathax's volcanic domain, in high peaks where the air grew thin and cold. She served as a guardian to several human settlements in the valleys below, protecting them from monsters and offering counsel to their leaders. Where Vexrathax inspired terror, Oryxiel earned devotion. Where he took, she gave. They were opposites in nearly every conceivable way. Their first meeting occurred in the skies above a neutral territory, a stretch of wilderness claimed by neither dragon. Vexrathax had been flying a patrol of his borders when he spotted another dragon in the distance. His first instinct was aggression, for red dragons did not tolerate rivals near their territory. He approached with hostile intent, ready to drive this intruder away, or, if necessary, engage in aerial combat. But as he drew closer and recognized the glittering gold scales, he hesitated. Gold dragons were formidable opponents, among the most powerful of the metallic dragons. A fight between them would be devastating, and while Vexrathax was confident in his abilities, he was not foolish enough to engage in battle without assessing his opponent first. Oryxiel must have had similar thoughts, for she too halted her flight and hovered in the air, watching Vexrathax with eyes that gleamed like molten gold in the sunlight. For a long moment, the two dragons simply observed each other, separated by a distance of perhaps 200 feet, each one ready to attack or flee depending on the other's actions. Then Oryxiel did something unexpected. She spoke. Her voice reached across the gap between them, not harsh or threatening, but calm and measured, carrying a musical quality that seemed at odds with the deep resonance one expected from a dragon. She asked Vexrathax whether he intended violence, and if not, whether he might be willing to speak rather than fight. She pointed out that their territories did not overlap, that neither had encroached upon the other's domain, and that there was no logical reason for them to risk injury or death in combat. Vexrathax found himself intrigued despite his instincts. Red dragons did not typically engage in diplomatic conversation, preferring to establish dominance through force. Yet there was something compelling about this gold dragon, something that made him curious rather than merely aggressive. He agreed to speak, though he remained wary, ready to unleash his fire if Oryxiel proved treacherous. They descended to a mountain peak and talked for hours. Oryxiel spoke of her philosophy, Her belief that dragons bore a responsibility to use their power wisely rather than simply taking whatever they desired. Vexrathax argued the opposite position, asserting that power existed to be exercised, that the strong ruled and the weak served. Their debate was fierce, neither giving ground on fundamental principles, yet both found the exchange stimulating in a way that surprised them. When they finally parted, Vexrathax found himself thinking about Oryxiel long after she had disappeared over the northern horizon. No one had ever challenged his worldview so directly, had forced him to articulate and defend his beliefs, rather than simply imposing them through strength, against all reason, against everything he had been taught about the metallic dragons being enemies. Vexrathax wanted to speak with Oryxiel again. Over the following months, they met repeatedly, always in neutral territory, always with initial wariness that gradually gave way to genuine conversation. They discussed philosophy, magic, history, and the nature of dragonkind itself. They debated whether Tiamat or Bahamut better understood the purpose of dragons in the world. They argued about the proper relationship between dragons and the smaller races. They found that while they disagreed on nearly everything, the process of disagreement was itself fascinating. Vexrathax began to realize that he enjoyed Oryxiel's company in a way he had never enjoyed anyone's company before. Red dragons were typically solitary creatures who tolerated others of their kind only for mating purposes, and who viewed all other beings as inferiors. Yet Oryxiel was his equal, matching him in intellect and very nearly in power. When she challenged his assumptions, he did not feel diminished, but instead felt his mind sharpening against hers, like a blade against a whetstone. For her part, Oryxiel seemed equally intrigued by Vexrathax. She admitted that most gold dragons would be horrified to know she was meeting with a red dragon, speaking with him as though he were a potential friend rather than an enemy to be opposed. Yet she believed that understanding between chromatic and metallic dragons was possible, that the ancient enmity between their kinds was not inevitable or eternal. If she could reach even one red dragon, could show him that there were other ways to live besides cruelty and domination, perhaps it might start something larger. Neither dragon acknowledged what was happening between them, what was growing beyond mere intellectual interest. To do so would be to admit something that both their bloodlines would consider abhorrent. Chromatic dragons did not form bonds with metallic dragons. Such a thing was unnatural, a violation of the fundamental order established by Tiamat and Bahamut themselves. Yet it happened nonetheless. Love, when it takes root between beings of immense power and long lifespans, does not manifest as the quick passion of shorter-lived creatures. It grows slowly, over years and decades, deepening like a canyon carved by persistent water. Vexrathax found that he measured time by his meetings with Oryxiel, that the days between their encounters seemed empty and colorless. He began to adjust his behavior in small ways, not raiding settlements that fell under Oryxiel's protection, showing occasional mercy to those who begged for it, questioning whether every display of power was truly necessary. Oryxiel, too, was changing. She became less certain of the absolute righteousness of the metallic dragon's way, less quick to judge the chromatic dragons as irredeemably evil. She argued with other gold dragons, who insisted that red dragons were monsters who deserved only destruction. She suggested that perhaps individual choice mattered more than bloodline, that dragons were not simply slaves to their nature. Eventually, inevitably, they admitted to each other what had become undeniable. They loved one another deeply and truly, despite everything that said such love was impossible. The implications were staggering. If their relationship became known, both would be cast out by their respective kindreds. Tiamat's chromatic dragons would view Vexrathax as a traitor, weak and corrupted by metallic influence. Bahamut's metallic dragons would see Oryxiel as deceived at best, complicit in evil at worst. They would have no place among their own kind, would be forced to live as exiles. Yet the alternative, abandoning what they had found, seemed equally impossible. How could Vexrathax return to his old life of mindless accumulation and destruction, now that he understood there were other paths? How could Oryxiel continue serving as a guardian and champion, while keeping secret the most important relationship of her long life? They made a decision that was perhaps foolish, but felt, in the moment, like the only choice available. They would keep their relationship hidden while working toward a larger goal. Together, they would try to bridge the divide between chromatic and metallic dragons, to prove that cooperation between the bloodlines was possible. If they succeeded, if they could demonstrate that the ancient enmity was not inevitable, perhaps others would follow their example. Perhaps, eventually, they could reveal their love openly without fear of exile or worse. It was a beautiful dream, naive in retrospect, but genuine in its hope. They began meeting more frequently, not just to talk, but to work together toward their shared goal. When raiders threatened the human settlements under Oryxiel's protection, Vexrathax helped drive them away, though he remained hidden so that the humans would not know a red dragon had aided them. When a powerful demon escaped from a planar prison and threatened Vexrathax's territory, Oryxiel fought beside him to banish it back to the abyss. They shared knowledge of magic, teaching each other spells and techniques that their respective bloodlines had developed. They even shared their hoards, each contributing treasures to a secret cache hidden in a cavern system known only to them. For nearly 50 years, they maintained this secret life, this impossible love that existed in the spaces between their public identities. They were happy, as much as dragons could be happy, content in a way that neither had thought possible. Then Oryxiel laid an egg. The egg was not supposed to be possible. Dragons of different colors could not interbreed, or so the ancient lore stated. Chromatic dragons produced only chromatic offspring. metallic dragons bore only metallic young. This was known, accepted, fundamental. Yet here was an egg that represented something unprecedented, something that no dragon scholar had ever documented. The egg's shell displayed a strange mixture of red and gold coloration, swirling patterns that seemed to shift depending on the angle of light. Neither Vexrathax nor Oryxiel knew what would emerge when the egg finally hatched. Would it be red or gold? Would it possess characteristics of both bloodlines? Would it even be viable? Or was this egg doomed never to hatch at all? They agreed that the egg had to remain absolutely secret. If other dragons discovered its existence, the consequences would be catastrophic. Both chromatic and metallic dragons would see the egg as an abomination, proof of unnatural union that violated the order established by the dragon gods themselves. The egg, and likely Vexrathax and Oryxiel themselves, would be destroyed. They moved the egg to their secret cavern, the place where they kept their combined hoard. Oryxiel tended it constantly during the incubation period, which for dragon eggs lasted several years. Vexrathax brought food and guarded the cavern entrance, ensuring that no one approached their sanctuary. As the egg developed, as they felt the life growing within it, Vexrathax and Oryxiel dared to hope. Perhaps their offspring would be proof that the divide between chromatic and metallic could be bridged. Perhaps this child would embody the best qualities of both bloodlines, demonstrating that cooperation and understanding were possible. Perhaps everything they had worked for, all the risks they had taken, would be vindicated. The egg hatched on a summer evening, beneath a sky painted with sunset colors that seemed almost prophetic. The shell cracked open, and what emerged was unlike anything either parent had seen before. The wormling was small, as all newborn dragons are, barely the size of a large dog. Its scales showed predominantly red coloration, but with gold accents along the edges and a golden sheen to its wing membranes. Its eyes were bright gold, lacking the harsh intensity of typical red dragon eyes, but also lacking the serene wisdom of gold dragon eyes. It was something new, something between. Vexrathax and Oryxiel named their child Paraxis, a name drawn from both red dragon and gold dragon traditions. They watched in wonder as Paraxis took its first awkward steps, as it stretched wings that would someday carry it across vast distances, as it made its first attempts at speech in the draconic tongue that came instinctively to all dragon kind. For a few weeks, they were a family, hidden away from the world that would destroy them if it knew they existed. They taught Paraxis as best they could, trying to blend the teachings of both chromatic and metallic traditions. Vexrathax spoke of strength and pride. Oryxiel taught compassion and wisdom. They hoped that Paraxis would synthesize these seemingly contradictory values into something coherent, something better than either bloodline alone had produced. Then came the day when everything shattered. Vexrathax had left the cavern to hunt, for Oryxiel and Paraxis needed food, and he was the one better suited to hunting without drawing attention. While he was gone, another dragon discovered their sanctuary. It was an ancient silver dragon named Githyanki, a worm nearly as old as Vexrathax's mother, who had been tracking unusual magical emanations in the region. The mixed chromatic and metallic magics radiating from the cavern drew his attention, and his investigation led him to the entrance. Githyanki entered the cavern and discovered Oryxiel with Paraxis. The silver dragon understood immediately what he was seeing, understood the implications of the wormling's mixed coloration, understood what must have occurred between Oryxiel and some chromatic dragon. His reaction was not rage, but something perhaps worse: deep disappointment and sorrow. He spoke to Oryxiel in tones of profound sadness, telling her that she had betrayed everything the metallic dragon stood for, that she had created an abomination that threatened the natural order. Oryxiel tried to explain, tried to make Githyanki understand that Paraxis represented hope rather than abomination, that the divide between chromatic and metallic was something that could and should be bridged. But Githyanki would not hear it. He insisted that the wormling had to be destroyed, that this mistake had to be erased before other dragons learned of it. When Oryxiel refused, when she placed herself between Githyanki and her child, the silver dragon attacked. The battle between gold and silver dragons shook the mountain. Both were ancient worms of immense power, and their conflict unleashed magic that scarred the stone and filled the air with thunder. Oryxiel fought with desperate fury, driven by the need to protect her offspring. But Githyanki held the advantage of surprise and the absolute certainty that he fought for a righteous cause. He wounded Oryxiel grievously, his cold breath freezing her scales and his claws tearing through her defenses. Vexrathax returned to find the cavern entrance collapsed from the magical battle, tons of rock blocking the way. He heard the sounds of combat from within, heard Oryxiel's roar of pain and rage, and understood that something terrible was happening. He tore at the rubble with frantic strength, clearing rock faster than should have been possible, driven by fear for his family. He broke through just in time to see Githyanki kill Paraxis. The silver dragon had bypassed Oryxiel's defenses through trickery, feinting toward the gold dragon while actually targeting the wormling. His breath weapon, the supernaturally cold blast that silver dragons commanded, struck Paraxis directly. The wormling, too young and small to resist such power, froze solid in an instant. Githyanki followed up immediately with a strike of his tail, shattering the frozen wormling into countless fragments. Paraxis, who had lived for less than a month, who had never known anything beyond the safety of the cavern and the love of its parents, ceased to exist. The fragments of its frozen body scattered across the stone floor, already beginning to thaw into small pools of water mixed with blood and shattered scales. Oryxiel's scream of anguish echoed through the cavern, a sound of such pure grief that it seemed to transcend the physical and become something that wounded the spirit itself. Vexrathax, seeing what had been done, seeing his child destroyed and his mate wounded, felt something break within his mind. The rage that filled him was not the hot, aggressive fury typical of red dragons, but something colder and more terrible. A rage born of absolute loss. He attacked Cathendras with mindless savagery, no longer thinking tactically or strategically, simply trying to destroy the creature who had destroyed his family. The silver dragon, already wounded from his battle with Oryxiel, and unprepared for this fresh assault, fell back before Vexrathax's fury. The two dragons crashed through the cavern walls, their battle expanding into the mountain itself, tearing through solid stone as though it were paper. The fight lasted for hours, devastating the entire region. Mountains collapsed, forests burned, rivers were diverted from their courses. Cathendras fought with the skill of centuries, but Vexrathax fought with the absolute commitment of someone who had nothing left to lose. In the end, Vexrathax prevailed, his claws tearing out Cathendras's throat, his fire reducing the silver dragon's body to ash. But it was a hollow victory, meaningless in the face of what had been lost. Vexrathax returned to the cavern to find Oryxiel dying. The wounds she had sustained were too severe, and she had exhausted herself in combat. She lay upon the remains of their hoard, gold and treasures scattered around her, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Vexrathax went to her side, and they spent her final moments together, speaking of what might have been, of the dream they had tried to build, and that had been destroyed so completely. Oryxiel died as the sun set, the light fading from her golden eyes like a flame guttering out. Vexrathax, who had never wept in his entire long life, felt tears running down his scaled face, mixing with the blood and ash that covered him. He remained in that cavern for days, unwilling to leave, unable to process what had happened. The hoard they had built together, treasures from both their collections mixed and combined, seemed meaningless now. Gold and jewels and magical artifacts. What value did any of it hold compared to what he had lost? The entire concept of hoarding, the fundamental drive that motivated all dragonkind, suddenly seemed hollow and absurd. Eventually, Vexrathax did something that no dragon had ever done before. He destroyed his hoard. Methodically, systematically, he reduced every treasure to rubble. He melted gold into shapeless lumps. He shattered jewels into powder. He burned magical artifacts until their enchantments failed, and they became nothing but ash. The hoard that had taken centuries to accumulate was destroyed in a matter of days. And when he was finished, nothing remained but ashes and debris. The gold had turned to ash, literally and metaphorically. Everything that mattered, everything that gave life meaning, had been incinerated as surely as Cathendras's body. Vexrathax emerged from the cavern changed. Other dragons who encountered him in the years that followed spoke of his transformation, though none understood its source. He no longer accumulated treasure. He no longer raided settlements or demanded tribute. He existed in a state of profound melancholy, flying aimlessly through the skies, attacking anyone who disturbed him, but otherwise showing no interest in the world around him. The metallic dragons called him Vexrathax the Mad, believing that something had broken in his mind, that he suffered from some form of draconic insanity. The Chromatic dragons whispered that he had been cursed, that some powerful magic had stolen his drive and purpose. None knew the truth. None understood that he grieved for a family that could never be acknowledged, for a love that had been forbidden from the start, for a child who had represented impossible hope. Centuries passed, and Vexrathax endured, unable to die, unable to truly live, simply existing in the spaces between. The cavern where his family had died became a place of legend, a cursed location that adventurers sometimes sought out in search of the treasures rumored to be hidden there. They found only ash and the bones of 3 dragons, gold and silver, and one set of bones so small they might have belonged to a wormling. Though the bones showed strange coloration that defied easy categorization, the tale of Vexrathax's grief spread slowly through the centuries, becoming myth and legend. The details distorted and changed until few remembered the truth. But dragons have long memories, and among the oldest worms of both chromatic and metallic bloodlines, the story persisted as a warning. It spoke of the danger of crossing boundaries that should not be crossed, of love that defied the natural order, of hope that led only to destruction. Yet, for those rare few who heard the true version of the tale, who understood what Vexrathax and Oryxiel had tried to build, and what had been taken from them, the story spoke to something else entirely. It spoke to the tragedy of a world that could not accept change, that preferred ancient enmity to difficult reconciliation, that would rather destroy hope than risk the unknown. The gold that turned to ash was not simply treasure, but the promise of something better, the possibility of healing old wounds and building new bridges. And Vexrathax, who had once been powerful and proud, who had commanded fire and inspired terror, became instead a living monument to grief, flying endlessly through skies that held no joy, remembering what had been lost and what could never be reclaimed. Lore number 8, the Silent Bard of Waterdeep. In the City of Splendors, where towers rose toward the sky and the harbor welcomed ships from every corner of Faerun, there existed a tradition of music and storytelling that stretched back through millennia. Waterdeep had always been a city of bards, a place where songs echoed through the streets at all hours, where taverns competed to host the most talented performers, and where the spoken word carried as much power as any spell or blade. Among the countless musicians who had walked those cobblestone streets, few achieved true greatness, but those who did became legends, whose names persisted long after their voices fell silent. This is the tale of one such bard, a woman named Lyria Nightingale, who sang a song so perfect, so complete in its beauty and sorrow, that it ended not only her own voice, but the very possibility of song itself. Lyria was born in the year of the blazing banners, 1237, by the reckoning of Dale Reckoning, in a modest home in the trades ward of Waterdeep. Her parents were merchants, respectable but unremarkable folk who dealt in imported fabrics and dyes. They had hoped their daughter would follow them into the family business, learning the intricacies of trade and negotiation. But from her earliest years, Lyria demonstrated an affinity for music that could not be ignored or suppressed. She sang before she spoke in complete sentences, hummed melodies that seemed to come from nowhere, and could reproduce any tune she heard after listening to it just once. By the time Lyria reached her 10th year, her parents recognized that their daughter possessed a gift that transcended ordinary musical talent. They apprenticed her to a master bard named Thuron Silvervox, an elderly half-elf who had performed in courts across the Sword Coast, and who now spent his twilight years teaching promising students. Thuron recognized immediately that Lyria was something exceptional. Her voice possessed a clarity and range that he had encountered perhaps twice in his long life. And more importantly, she understood music not merely as technique, but as a language capable of expressing truths that ordinary words could never capture. Under Thuron's tutelage, Lyria flourished. She learned to play the lute, the harp, and the pan-pipes with skill that matched her vocal abilities. She studied music theory, learning how different modes and keys could evoke specific emotions in listeners. She memorized thousands of songs from cultures across Faerun, from the war chants of northern barbarian tribes to the delicate court dances of southern kingdoms. But more than acquiring technical proficiency, Lyria learned the true purpose of bardic magic, the way that music could weave together word and melody and emotion into something that transcended the sum of its parts. Bardic magic in the world of Dungeons and Dragons operates differently from the arcane formulas of wizards or the divine blessings of clerics. A bard's power flows from the fundamental connection between music and the weave itself, the invisible fabric of magic that permeates all reality. When a skilled bard performs, they do not merely create pleasing sounds. They manipulate the weave through harmonic resonance, shaping reality in subtle ways that can inspire courage, instill fear, heal wounds, or even alter minds. The greatest bards understood that every song was an act of creation, a momentary reshaping of the world according to the performer's will and vision. Lyria mastered these principles before she reached her 20th year. By that age, she had already established herself as one of the most sought-after performers in Waterdeep. Nobles competed to hire her for their celebrations. Tavern owners offered increasingly generous compensation for her to perform in their establishments. Other bards, some with decades more experience, grudgingly acknowledged that Lyria possessed something they lacked, an ineffable quality that transformed her performances from mere entertainment into experiences that audiences would remember for the rest of their lives. Yet for all her success, Lyria felt a persistent dissatisfaction. The songs she performed, even those she had written herself, seemed incomplete somehow. They captured pieces of truth, fragments of emotion, but never the entirety of what she felt and understood about the world. She could sing of love and evoke tears from her listeners, but the songs never fully encompassed the complexity of that emotion. The way it combined joy and fear and desperate vulnerability. She could sing of loss and make hardened warriors weep, but the songs never quite captured the hollow ache that lingered after someone precious had gone. Lyria began to believe that somewhere, perhaps, there existed a perfect song, a piece of music so complete and true that it would express everything worth expressing. That would capture the full spectrum of human experience in a single unified whole. Other bards, when she spoke of this idea, dismissed it as naive idealism. Songs were meant to focus on specific emotions and experiences, they explained. Attempting to create a song that encompassed everything would result in incoherent chaos, but Lyria could not let go of the conviction that such a song was possible, and that if anyone could create it, she could. She spent years searching for this impossible composition. She traveled across Faerun, from the frozen north to the southern deserts, collecting songs and stories from every culture she encountered. She studied ancient musical texts in libraries and temples, searching for theoretical frameworks that might guide her toward the perfect song. She experimented endlessly, combining melodies from different traditions, testing chord progressions that no one had attempted before, writing and discarding hundreds of partial compositions that never quite achieved what she envisioned. Her obsession began to worry those who cared about her. Thuron, her old teacher, urged her to let go of this impossible quest and simply enjoy her considerable talents. Fellow bards suggested that she was pursuing a mirage, chasing perfection that existed only in imagination. But Lyria could not stop. The perfect song had become more than a goal. It had become the entire purpose of her existence, the only thing that mattered. Then came the night when tragedy struck, and Lyria's quest took on a new and darker dimension. Lyria had fallen in love with a fellow bard named Corwin Ashwood, a talented performer who specialized in epic ballads and historical narratives. They had met at a festival in Baldur's Gate and had been inseparable since, traveling together, performing together, building a life together. Corwin understood Lyria's obsession with the perfect song, even if he did not share it. He supported her quest while gently reminding her that the imperfect songs they sang still brought joy and meaning to people's lives. One evening, Corwin was performing at a tavern in Waterdeep's Dock Ward, a rougher part of the city where sailors and laborers gathered to drink and forget their troubles. An argument erupted between two patrons, fueled by alcohol and old grudges. The argument escalated into violence, and someone drew a blade. Corwin, attempting to intervene and calm the situation, was stabbed. The wound struck deep, piercing vital organs, and despite the best efforts of healers who were summoned immediately, Corwin died before dawn. Lyria's grief was absolute and all-consuming. She had lost the one person who truly understood her, who had accepted her obsessions and loved her despite them. For weeks, she could not sing, could not even speak without her voice breaking. She withdrew from public performances, from friends, from everything that had once given her life structure and meaning. She existed in a state of numb despair, going through the motions of living without truly being alive. Slowly, painfully, Lyria began to channel her grief into her music. She wrote songs about Corwin, about their time together, about the injustice of his senseless death. These songs were darker than anything she had created before, infused with a raw emotional honesty that bordered on unbearable. When she finally returned to performing, audiences found themselves moved in ways they had never experienced. Lyria's grief had deepened her art, had given her access to emotional truths that she had previously only glimpsed. And in her grief, Lyria finally understood what the perfect song required. It needed to contain everything, yes, but not as an intellectual exercise or a technical achievement. The perfect song had to embody the full reality of existence, the joy and the sorrow, the love and the loss, the beauty and the horror, all woven together into a single unified expression. It had to be true in a way that transcended mere factual accuracy, true in the way that only art can be true, capturing essence rather than detail. Lyria devoted herself to composing this song with renewed fervor. She drew upon every experience of her life, every emotion she had ever felt, every insight she had gained from decades of studying music and magic. She incorporated melodies from 100 different cultures, wove together harmonies that should not have worked, but somehow did, structured the composition using mathematical principles she had discovered in ancient texts. The song took shape over months and then years, growing more complex and more complete with each revision. She tested portions of it in private performances, watching carefully to see how audiences reacted. What she discovered both thrilled and disturbed her. Even incomplete fragments of the song affected listeners in profound ways. People who heard her sing reported experiencing vivid hallucinations, reliving important moments from their own lives, feeling emotions with overwhelming intensity. Some listeners claimed the music had changed them permanently, had given them insights that altered their entire understanding of the world. Others begged her never to perform those fragments again, saying the experience had been too intense, too revelatory, almost painful in its beauty. Lyria understood that she was creating something dangerous, a song with the power to affect listeners so profoundly carried risks that went beyond ordinary bardic magic. But she could not stop. The perfect song had become an obsession that consumed every waking moment and haunted her dreams. She had to complete it, had to bring it into the world, regardless of the consequences. The song was finally finished in the year of the striking falcon, 15 years after Corwin's death. Lyria was in her middle years now, her voice perhaps not quite as powerful as it had been in her youth, but possessing a depth and maturity that more than compensated. She held the completed composition, written out in musical notation so complex that it filled dozens of pages. And she knew with absolute certainty that she had achieved what she had set out to do. This was the perfect song, the composition that captured everything worth capturing about the human experience. Lyria announced that she would perform the completed song publicly, just once, at the House of Song, one of Waterdeep's most prestigious performance venues. Word spread quickly through the city's bardic community and beyond. Everyone who had followed Lyria's career, who had heard rumors about the song she had been composing for years, wanted to witness this performance. The House of Song sold out within hours of the announcement, and hundreds more gathered outside, hoping to hear even a muffled version of the song through the walls. On the appointed evening, Lyria took the stage before an audience that included some of the most powerful and influential people in Waterdeep. Nobles sat alongside common folk. Master bards who had taught for decades sat beside their youngest students. Even representatives from the watchful order of magists and protectors attended, curious about the magical implications of what Lyria had created. Lyria stood alone on the stage, accompanied only by her lute. She had considered using a full ensemble, but ultimately decided that the song needed no embellishment beyond her voice and a single instrument. She looked out at the expectant faces, took a deep breath, and began to play. The song started quietly, almost tentatively, a simple melody that seemed familiar even though no one present had heard it before. It spoke of beginnings, of the first breath of life, of the wonder and terror of coming into consciousness in a vast and incomprehensible world. The melody grew more complex as the song progressed, adding layers and harmonies that wove together into increasingly intricate patterns. Lyria sang of childhood, of innocence and discovery, of learning to navigate a world full of mysteries and dangers. Her voice captured the pure joy of a child's laughter and the confusion of confronting truths too large to understand. The audience found themselves remembering their own childhoods with startling clarity, experiencing again the emotions they had felt decades earlier. The song moved into adolescence and young adulthood, into the realm of passion and ambition. Lyria sang of first love with such intensity that couples in the audience reached for each other's hands without conscious thought. She sang of dreams and aspirations, of the belief that anything was possible if one only worked hard enough and wanted it badly enough. The music swelled with hope and energy, capturing that unique combination of confidence and uncertainty that defined youth. Then the song shifted, moving into darker territory. Lyria sang of disappointment, of dreams that crumbled, of the slow realization that the world was crueler and more complex than young hearts wanted to believe. She sang of loss, not just the loss of loved ones, but the loss of innocence, the gradual erosion of idealism that came with experience. Her voice carried the weight of every betrayal, every failure, every moment of despair that human beings endured. Members of the audience began to weep, unable to contain the emotions that the song evoked. But the song did not remain in darkness. Lyria wove together sorrow and joy, showing how they existed not as opposites, but as intertwined aspects of a single reality. She sang of finding meaning in struggle, of the fierce determination to continue despite knowing that suffering was inevitable. She sang of love that persisted even in the face of certain loss, of beauty that existed even in places of horror, of the small acts of kindness and courage that gave life purpose. The magical power building in the room had become palpable. The weave itself seemed to vibrate in resonance with Lyria's song, responding to the harmonic perfection of her composition. Some of the wizards present could actually see the flows of magical energy swirling through the air, patterns of light and color that corresponded to the music structure. The song was not simply describing reality, but actively reshaping it, creating a shared experience that transcended normal perception. Lyria sang of middle age and the acceptance of mortality, of looking back on a life and trying to understand what it all meant. She sang of regret and reconciliation, of making peace with choices that could never be undone. She sang of watching children grow and leave, of seeing the world change in ways both wonderful and terrible, of slowly becoming a stranger in a time that no longer belonged to you. Finally, inevitably, the song approached its ending. Lyria sang of old age and death, of the gradual failing of the body, and the clarity that sometimes came near the end. She sang of fear and acceptance, of the mystery that awaited beyond the final breath, of the hope that somehow, despite all evidence to the contrary, consciousness might continue in some form. Her voice, which had ranged from powerful to delicate throughout the song, became barely more than a whisper, fading like the last light of sunset. The final notes of the song hung in the air for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. Then silence descended upon the house of song, a silence so complete that it felt like a physical presence. Lyria stood on the stage, her lute hanging loosely in her hands. Tears streamed down her face, but she was smiling. She had done it. She had created the perfect song and shared it with the world. In that moment, she felt complete in a way she had never experienced before. Then she tried to speak, to thank the audience for witnessing her life's work, and discovered that no sound emerged from her throat. Lyria touched her neck in confusion, tried again to speak, to sing, to make any vocal sound whatsoever. Nothing. Her voice was simply gone, not hoarse or damaged, but utterly absent, as though the part of her that had produced sound had been erased from existence. Panic seized her. She dropped her lute and tried to scream, but the scream died in silence. Around her, the audience members were stirring from their own shock at what they had experienced, and they began to notice that something was wrong with the performer. Several rushed onto the stage to help Lyria, asking what had happened, if she needed healing. But Lyria could not answer. She could not speak or sing or produce any sound at all. The perfect song had taken her voice as its price. The effects spread beyond Lyria herself in the hours and days that followed. Members of the audience discovered that they too had been affected by the song, though not as severely. Some found that certain emotions now seemed muted, as though the song had expressed those feelings so completely that experiencing them normally seemed hollow by comparison. Others reported that music no longer moved them the way it once had, that every song they heard seemed incomplete and inadequate when measured against Lyria's perfect composition. Most disturbing of all, bards who had been present at the performance found that they could no longer compose new music. They could still perform existing songs, could still play their instruments with technical proficiency, but the creative spark that allowed them to write original compositions had been extinguished. It was as though the perfect song had said everything that could be said through music, leaving nothing new to express. Healers, both divine and arcane, examined Lyria, but could find no physical damage to her vocal cords or throat. The silence that had claimed her was magical in nature, a consequence of the song she had performed. Some suggested that she had poured too much of herself into the composition, that the magical energy required to create and perform the perfect song had consumed the very source of her ability to make sound. Others theorized that the song had been so complete, so perfect, that the universe itself had decided no other song could ever follow it, and had sealed away Lyria's voice to ensure she could never perform again. Lyria descended into despair darker than anything she had experienced after Corwin's death. She had achieved her life's ambition, had created the perfect song, and in doing so had destroyed everything that gave her existence meaning. She could never sing again, could never create music, could never express herself in the language she understood better than any other. She had become the silent bard, a living monument to the danger of achieving perfection. Years passed. Lyria lived on in Waterdeep, unable to communicate except through written words and gestures. She tried to compose music by writing it down rather than singing it, but found that the creative wellspring had dried up completely. The perfect song had exhausted her artistic capacity entirely, leaving her empty. She attended performances by other bards sometimes, sitting in the back of taverns and listening to music that seemed thin and insufficient compared to what she had created. The song itself became legend, discussed in hushed tones by bards across Faerun. No one who had been present at the original performance ever forgot it. But when they tried to describe the experience to others, words failed them. The song had been beyond description, something that had to be experienced directly to be understood. A few bards attempted to recreate it based on written accounts and the testimonies of those who had been present. But these reconstructions captured nothing of the original's power. They were shadows of shadows, pale imitations that served only to emphasize how far beyond normal music lyria's composition had been. Some scholars argued that the perfect song should never have been created, that there were things too powerful to bring into the world, truths too complete to be expressed. They pointed to Lyria's fate as a warning against hubris, against the pursuit of perfection at all costs. Others maintained that despite the terrible price, the song had been worth creating, that those who had witnessed it had experienced something transcendent that justified any consequence. Lyria herself never wrote about whether she believed the song had been worth its cost. She lived out her remaining years in silence, growing old without ever speaking or singing again. When she finally died in her 70s, peaceful in her sleep, the bardic community of Waterdeep mourned the passing of the greatest singer their city had ever produced. But the true tragedy of the silent bard was not simply that she had lost her voice. The greater tragedy was what her perfect song had done to music itself. For generations after, bards struggled with the knowledge that perfection had been achieved and that they could never match it. The creative paralysis that had afflicted those present at the original performance spread in diluted form throughout the musical community. Fewer new songs were written. More and more bards focused on performing traditional compositions rather than creating original work. It took nearly a century for music to recover fully, for a generation of bards to arise who had never heard of Lyria Nightingale or the perfect song she had performed. These new bards, unburdened by the knowledge of what had come before, began composing again with the innocent confidence that their songs mattered, that there were still things worth expressing through music. Slowly, painfully, the art form recovered from the wound that perfection had inflicted upon it. The legacy of the silent bard endured as both inspiration and warning. She had proven that perfection was possible, that through dedication and talent and obsessive focus, an artist could create something truly flawless. But she had also demonstrated that perfection carried a price that few could afford to pay, that the pursuit of absolute achievement could destroy the very thing it sought to celebrate. And somewhere in the archives of Waterdeep's libraries, hidden away in a vault that few knew existed, the written score of the perfect song remained, locked away to ensure that no one would ever perform it again and suffer the fate of its creator. The song that ended all songs, preserved forever, perfect and complete and unutterably sad. Lore number 9, the Warlock's Bargain. The abyss exists as a wound in the fabric of reality, an infinite realm of chaos and malevolence, where the normal laws of physics and morality hold no sway. Across its countless layers, demon lords rule domains shaped by their twisted natures, eternally warring with one another, while simultaneously seeking to extend their corruption into the material world. These beings of pure evil hunger constantly for mortal souls, not merely as sustenance, but as currency, as tools, as toys to be broken and reshaped according to their cruel whims. And there have always been mortals desperate enough, ambitious enough, or foolish enough to bargain with such creatures, trading fragments or entireties of their souls in exchange for power that no mortal should possess. This is the tale of Marius Thornhaven, a man who believed himself clever enough to outwit a demon lord, and the price he paid for that arrogance. Marius was born in a small village in the Dalelands, a region of Faerun known for its rolling hills and pastoral beauty. His father worked as a blacksmith. His mother tended a small garden and raised chickens. And Marius grew up expecting to follow his father's trade and live out his days in comfortable obscurity. But Marius possessed ambitions that far exceeded the boundaries of his small world. He read every book that passed through the village, absorbing tales of wizards who commanded reality with gestures and words, of warriors who carved kingdoms from wilderness, of adventurers who descended into ancient ruins and emerged with treasures beyond imagination. By the time Marius reached his 20th year, he had become convinced that he was destined for greatness, that his current circumstances were merely a temporary obstacle to be overcome. He announced to his parents that he would leave the village to seek his fortune, perhaps apprenticing to a wizard or joining an adventuring company. His parents, practical folk who understood the dangers of the wider world, tried to dissuade him, but Marius would not be deterred. He packed his few possessions and set out with absolute confidence that success awaited him. The reality of life beyond his village proved harsher than Marius had anticipated. Wizards did not take apprentices without substantial payment or proof of innate magical talent, neither of which Marius possessed. Adventuring companies showed no interest in recruiting an untested youth with no combat experience or useful skills. Marius found work where he could, laboring in stables and warehouses, earning barely enough to pay for food and shelter in whatever city he currently inhabited. Years passed, and Marius's grand ambitions slowly corroded into bitter resentment. He was 30 years old, working as a clerk in a merchant's office in Sembia, copying invoices and inventory lists in exchange for wages that barely kept him fed. He lived in a cramped room above a tavern, surrounded by people who had achieved nothing and would achieve nothing ordinary folk content with their ordinary lives. Marius looked at his reflection in the cheap mirror on his wall and saw a man whose youth was fading, whose dreams had withered, whose life stretched ahead as a gray wasteland of meaningless labor until death finally brought release. The desperation that filled him in those dark moments was absolute and overwhelming. Marius did not want to die having accomplished nothing. He did not want his existence to be merely a footnote, forgotten within a generation. He wanted power, recognition, the chance to prove that he was more than the circumstances of his birth. He wanted it so badly that he would have done almost anything to obtain it. And in that state of desperate yearning, Marius began to research forbidden paths to power. The library in Sembia contained more than respectable histories and merchant records. In its deeper sections, accessed through bribes paid to the librarian who guarded them, resided texts on darker subjects. Books on demonology, on the summoning of extraplanar entities, on pacts and bargains that traded pieces of one's soul for immediate power. Most people who read such texts did so out of morbid curiosity or academic interest, never seriously considering acting upon the knowledge they contained. Marius read them with the focused intensity of a man who had nothing left to lose. He learned that warlocks, those who gained power through pacts with otherworldly entities, walked a fundamentally different path than wizards or sorcerers. Wizards earned their magic through years of study and practice, mastering arcane formulas through intellect and discipline. Sorcerers possessed innate magical ability flowing through their blood, usually the result of some draconic or magical ancestor. But warlocks simply made bargains, traded something precious in exchange for a patron who would grant them magical abilities. The process was almost transactional in its simplicity. Of course, the texts warned repeatedly about the dangers of such pacts. Fiendish patrons, whether demons from the abyss or devils from the 9 hells, never offered gifts out of generosity. They sought to corrupt and control their warlocks, to use them as tools for spreading evil in the material world. The power granted was real, but it came with strings attached, obligations that bound the warlock to their patron's service, and the payment, usually a portion or the entirety of the warlock's soul, meant that upon death, the warlock would be dragged to their patron's realm to suffer for eternity. Marius read these warnings and dismissed them. He was clever enough to negotiate a favorable bargain, he told himself. He would gain the power he needed, use it to achieve his ambitions, and then find a way to break the pact before death claimed him. Other warlocks had been foolish, had made bad deals or failed to plan ahead. Marius would be different. The ritual for contacting a potential patron was complex, but not impossible for a determined individual. Marius spent weeks gathering the necessary components, purchasing rare incenses and inks from shadowy merchants who asked no questions. He waited for the proper astronomical alignment when the barriers between planes grew thin, and then, in a rented room warded with protective circles, Marius performed the ritual that would call out to the abyss and advertise his willingness to bargain. For a long time, nothing happened. Marius sat within his protective circle, chanting the words from the forbidden text, burning the incenses that filled the room with acrid smoke, and felt nothing but growing disappointment. Perhaps he had made an error in the ritual. Perhaps no entity was interested in making a pact with someone as unremarkable as himself. Then reality tore open before him. The rift appeared as a vertical gash in the air, edges flickering with sickly green and purple energies. Through the opening, Marius glimpsed a landscape of impossible geometry, where up and down held no meaning, and the laws of perspective bent in nauseating ways. And approaching through that alien realm came a presence that made every instinct Marius possessed scream at him to flee. The demon that emerged into the rented room was not one of the great demon lords who ruled the abyssal layers, but a lesser entity, powerful enough nonetheless to destroy a mortal with casual ease. It manifested as a vaguely humanoid figure, perhaps 8 feet tall, its form constantly shifting and reforming, as though unable to maintain stable shape in the material world. Eyes opened and closed across its surface. Mouths formed and spoke in languages that hurt to hear, and the air around it grew cold and heavy with the weight of pure malevolence. The demon regarded Marius with something that might have been amusement. It spoke in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, asking what this mortal sought, what he was willing to offer in trade. Marius, fighting down terror, explained that he wanted power, magical abilities that would allow him to rise above his current station and achieve the greatness he deserved. The demon found this request tedious. Power for its own sake, ambition driven by wounded pride rather than any particular goal. These were the desires of countless mortals who called out to the abyss. But the demon was willing to make a deal. In exchange for a portion of Marius's soul, the entity would grant him warlock abilities, access to eldritch powers that would set him apart from ordinary humans. The demon would serve as Marius's patron, channeling abyssal energy through the connection between them. Marius asked about the terms, trying to negotiate as though this were a merchant transaction rather than a deal with a demon. How much of his soul would the bargain cost? What obligations would he owe to the patron? Could the pact be broken if circumstances changed? The demon answered some questions and ignored others, speaking in riddles and half-truths that left Marius uncertain of what exactly he was agreeing to. But Marius's desperation outweighed his caution. He accepted the demon's terms, speaking the words of binding that sealed the pact. The demon extended something that might have been a hand, and when Marius touched it, pain unlike anything he had ever experienced shot through his entire body. He felt something being torn out of him, some essential piece of his being ripped away and consumed by the demon. The agony lasted only moments, but felt like hours, and when it finally subsided, Marius collapsed to the floor, gasping and trembling. The demon withdrew through the rift, which sealed itself and vanished as though it had never existed. Marius lay alone in the rented room, the protective circles now smudged and broken. The incense burned down to nothing. He felt hollow, as though something vital had been carved out of his center and replaced with cold emptiness. But he also felt power, energy crackling beneath his skin, knowledge of spells and invocations flooding into his mind without any need for study or practice. He was a warlock now, bound to an abyssal patron, gifted with powers that would allow him to finally escape the gray mediocrity of his existence. At first, Marius reveled in his new abilities. He could hurl bolts of eldritch energy that struck with devastating force. He could cloud minds with illusions and compulsions, bending others to his will. He could perceive magical auras and see through darkness as though it were daylight. The power that had seemed so distant, so impossible to obtain through legitimate means, now flowed through him with intoxicating ease. Marius left Sembia and returned to adventuring, this time with abilities that made him valuable to any group. He joined a company of treasure seekers and proved himself repeatedly, using his warlock magic to overcome obstacles that would have stopped less gifted individuals. He accumulated wealth, gaining the financial security that had always eluded him. He earned respect from companions who saw him as powerful and capable rather than ordinary and forgettable. Yet the hollowness inside him never faded. Where his soul had been, where the essential core of his humanity resided, there was now just emptiness and the cold presence of his patron's influence. Marius found that emotions he had once felt strongly now seemed muted and distant. Joy became mere satisfaction. Love became possessiveness. Compassion withered entirely, replaced by cold calculation. He was becoming something other than human, corrupted slowly by the abyssal energy flowing through him. Worse, the patron began making demands. Through dreams and visions, the demon communicated tasks that Marius was expected to complete: recover a particular artifact and leave it in a specified location. Kill a specific person who stood in the way of the demon's plans. Perform rituals that would weaken the barriers between the material world and the abyss. Each task pushed Marius further into evil, forced him to commit acts that once would have horrified him, but now merely seemed necessary. Marius tried to resist these commands at first, tried to ignore the patron's demands, and simply use the power he had been granted for his own purposes. But resistance brought punishment. The warlock abilities would fail at critical moments, leaving him vulnerable. The patron would send nightmares so intense that Marius woke screaming, unable to return to sleep. And most terrible of all, the demon would tug at the connection between them, causing the hollowness in Marius's chest to expand and threaten to consume him entirely. So Marius obeyed, because the alternative was unbearable, and with each act of obedience, he became more thoroughly the demon's servant rather than his own person. Years passed. Marius grew powerful, advancing through the ranks of warlock ability as his patron fed him more and more abyssal energy. He could summon lesser demons to serve him temporarily. He could teleport short distances, step between shadows as though space meant nothing. He could look upon a person and see their deepest fears, then bring those fears to life with a whisper. He became feared and respected in equal measure, a dangerous individual whom others approached with caution. But the man who had wanted these powers, who had dreamed of rising above mediocrity and achieving greatness, barely existed anymore. Marius looked at his reflection and saw a stranger, someone whose eyes held no warmth, whose smile carried no genuine emotion, whose every action served purposes that were not his own. The demon had consumed more than just a portion of his soul in that initial bargain. It had consumed his autonomy, his identity, everything that made him who he was. The realization came gradually, over months and years, until finally Marius understood the true nature of the trap he had walked into. He had traded everything for power, and now the power meant nothing because there was no longer a self that could enjoy it. He was merely an extension of his patron's will, a puppet dancing on strings woven from abyssal energy. Marius began to research ways to break the pact, to sever the connection to his patron, and reclaim whatever might remain of his soul. He consulted with priests and paladins, though he could not tell them the full truth of his situation without risking immediate attack. He searched through libraries for accounts of warlocks who had successfully freed themselves. He even attempted to contact other extraplanar entities, hoping that perhaps a celestial being might offer aid against the demon. Every path he explored led to the same conclusion. Pacts made with fiends could not be broken by the warlock. They were binding contracts, sealed with soul essence and reinforced by ancient laws that governed such bargains. The only way to end the pact was death, and death would simply deliver Marius's soul fully to his patron, condemning him to eternal torment in the abyss. There was one alternative, though it offered only marginally better prospects. If Marius could somehow destroy his patron, kill the demon that held claim to his soul, the pact would be severed by default. But this required entering the abyss itself, journeying to the demon's home realm, where it possessed infinitely greater power than it could manifest in the material world. And even if Marius somehow succeeded in slaying his patron, he would still be trapped in the abyss, surrounded by countless other demons eager to claim an unbound mortal soul. It was a hopeless situation, designed to be hopeless, the ultimate trap for those who thought themselves clever enough to bargain with fiends. In the end, Marius made a different choice. If he could not free himself, if his soul was damned regardless of what he did, then he would at least try to prevent others from making his mistake. He began documenting everything about his pact, every detail of the bargain and its consequences, every warning he could offer to those who might be tempted to follow his path. He wrote it all down in a journal, filling page after page with cramped handwriting, determined to leave behind something that might save even one person from his fate. When the journal was complete, Marius undertook one final act of defiance. He traveled to a temple dedicated to Kelimver, god of the dead and judge of souls. There, before the startled priests, he confessed everything. He told them about his pact, about the evil deeds he had performed in service to his demon patron, about the hollow emptiness where his soul should have been. He begged them to take his journal and ensure it reached people who might benefit from its warnings. And then, before the priests could respond or the patron could punish this betrayal, Marius ended his own life. The demon arrived instantly, drawn by the death of its warlock, ready to claim what remained of Marius's soul. But the priests had anticipated this, had surrounded Marius's dying body with wards and prayers, calling upon Kelemver's power to intercede in the judgment of this soul. What followed was a battle not of physical weapons, but of divine and infernal influence, the demon fighting to claim what the pact entitled it to. The god of death asserting authority over all souls that passed from life. The exact outcome of that struggle remains uncertain, for such battles occur beyond mortal perception. What is known is that Marius's soul was not dragged to the abyss, but neither did it pass on to the afterlife that awaited most mortals. Instead, it was held in a state of suspension, trapped in the space between, neither damned nor saved, forever frozen in the moment of judgment. Some say this fate was mercy, that Kelemver prevented the demon from claiming its prize, while unable to grant Marius full salvation due to the binding nature of the pact. Others argue it was its own form of hell, an eternity of waiting and uncertainty, neither suffering in the abyss nor resting in peace. But all agreed that Marius's story served as a powerful warning about the true cost of bargaining with fiends. The journal he left behind was preserved by the priests of Kelemver and eventually found its way into archives accessible to scholars and adventurers. Those who read it encountered Marius's increasingly desperate accounts, saw through his words the gradual dissolution of his humanity, understood viscerally what it meant to trade pieces of one's soul for power. The journal became required reading in some temples, used to educate young people who might be tempted by promises of easy power. Yet, despite all warnings, despite countless tales like Marius's, there were always those who believed themselves different, clever enough to avoid the traps that had caught others. The abyss remained patient, eternally willing to make deals with mortals foolish enough to call out to it. Demon lords continued to extend their corruption into the material world, one warlock pact at a time, slowly accumulating souls and spreading evil. And in the space between life and death, between damnation and salvation, Marius Thornhaven endured his eternal suspension, a testament to the price of ambition untempered by wisdom, of desire unchecked by caution, of the soul sold for power that ultimately meant nothing at all. The eternal Sentinel. The 9 hells exist as a realm of absolute law twisted into the service of absolute evil, a hierarchy of torment and tyranny that stretches across 9 distinct layers, each more terrible than the last. At the very bottom of this infernal structure lies Nessus, the deepest hell, where Asmodeus himself rules from his throne of frozen malice. But at the very top, at the first layer called Avernus, where the river Styx flows with the souls of the damned, and the blood war rages eternal between devils and demons, there stands a fortress that few know exists and fewer still understand. This fortress, built in an age before mortal memory, serves as the first line of defense against incursions from the abyss, and it has been guarded without respite for more than 10,000 years by a single being. This is the tale of Zariel before her fall, before she became the Archduchess of Avernus, when she was merely a guardian angel who refused to abandon her post, even as heaven itself abandoned her. In the earliest days after the creation of the planes, when the boundaries between law and chaos, good and evil, were still being established, the celestial hosts recognized a fundamental problem. The abyss, that infinite realm of chaotic evil where demons spawned in endless numbers, existed in dangerous proximity to the 9 hells, the ordered realm of lawful evil where devils plotted with cold calculation. These two forces of evil, so different in nature, yet equally malevolent in purpose, despised each other with a hatred that transcended mortal comprehension. Their conflict, which would come to be known as the Blood War, threatened to spill out across all of creation, to consume not only the lower planes, but the material world, and even the upper planes where celestial beings dwelled. The gods of good, observing this threat, decided that intervention was necessary. They could not simply destroy the abyss or the 9 hells, for these realms served purposes in the cosmic order, providing destinations for evil souls and maintaining the balance between different alignments. But they could establish barriers, create fortifications that would contain the Blood War, and prevent it from expanding into territories where innocents might be harmed. Zariel was chosen for this task. She was an angel of remarkable power, a solar whose radiance could illuminate entire planes, whose sword could cleave through the strongest infernal armor, whose voice could rally armies and inspire mortals to acts of impossible heroism. Among the celestial hosts, Zariel was known for her absolute dedication to righteousness, her unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent from evil. She had fought in countless battles against fiendish forces, had descended into the lower planes more times than most angels dared attempt, and had always emerged victorious. When the gods of good explained the mission to Zariel, she accepted without hesitation. She would go to Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells, and establish a fortress at a critical juncture where abyssal forces most frequently attempted to push through into infernal territory. From this position, she would observe the Blood War and ensure that neither side gained enough advantage to threaten the wider multiverse. She would be a sentinel, a guardian standing watch at the gates of hell itself. The gods promised that Zariel would not stand alone forever. Other angels would be sent to relieve her after a century or two, and she would be able to return to the celestial realms for rest and renewal. The mission, though dangerous, was meant to be temporary. Zariel understood the risks and the hardships she would face, but she believed absolutely in the righteousness of her cause. If her presence in the 9 hells could prevent even one innocent soul from being consumed by the Blood War, then any sacrifice would be worthwhile. Zariel descended to Avernus and began constructing her fortress. She chose a location on a blasted plain of volcanic rock and rivers of lava. a place where the boundaries between the 9 hells and the abyss grew thin enough that demons could sometimes force their way through. The fortress rose slowly over decades, its walls built from celestial stone that Zariel had brought with her from the upper planes, its towers inscribed with holy symbols that burned with permanent radiance, its gates sealed with divine magic that would hold against any assault. When the fortress was complete, Zariel took up her position and began her watch. She stood upon the highest tower, her golden armor gleaming in the hellish light, her sword drawn and ready. Below her, on the plains of Avernus, the armies of the Blood War clashed in endless combat. Devils organized into precise formations, executing battle strategies planned over centuries, fighting to push back the chaotic hordes of demons that swarmed from the abyss. Demons attacked in mindless fury, overwhelming their opponents through sheer numbers and savage ferocity, caring nothing for losses, seeking only to destroy. Zariel observed it all, documenting the ebb and flow of battle, noting which side held advantage and when. Her role was not to participate in the blood war directly, for that would violate the delicate balance that the gods sought to maintain. Devils and demons could destroy each other without intervention. Zariel's purpose was to ensure that if either side threatened to achieve overwhelming victory, she would tip the scales back toward equilibrium. The 1st century passed, and Zariel remained vigilant at her post. She watched as millions died on the plains below her fortress, as entire legions were wiped out and reformed, as the landscape itself was reshaped by the titanic forces unleashed in battle. She endured the heat and the stench of sulfur, the screams of the dying, the oppressive weight of evil that permeated every aspect of the 9 hells. But she remained steadfast, certain that relief would come soon, that her service would be recognized and rewarded. The 2nd century began, and no relief arrived. Zariel sent messages back to the celestial realms, inquiring about when she might expect to be replaced, so that she could return for rest. The responses, when they came at all, were vague and non-committal. There were complications, she was told. Other crises demanded attention. The celestial hosts were stretched thin, dealing with various threats across the plains. She would be relieved soon, they promised, but soon never seemed to arrive. By the end of the 3rd century, Zariel understood that something had gone wrong. The gods of good had made their promise in earnest, but circumstances had changed in ways they had not anticipated. The forces of evil had grown more bold, launching attacks across multiple fronts, and every available angel was needed to defend against these incursions. Zariel's mission, originally meant to be temporary, had become permanent by necessity. She was the most expendable guardian, already in position, already adapted to the harsh environment of Avernus. It made strategic sense to leave her there. The realization that she had been abandoned, or at least forgotten, wounded Zariel more deeply than any devil's blade could have. She had served faithfully, had sacrificed everything to fulfill her duty, and her reward was to be left alone in hell with no prospect of relief or rescue. The betrayal burned in her heart, but she did not abandon her post. She was a guardian, and guardians did not flee simply because the task became difficult or the recognition failed to materialize. Centuries became millennia. Zariel remained at her fortress, watching the blood war, maintaining her vigilance. The isolation began to affect her in ways she had not anticipated. Angels were beings of community, meant to exist in the glorious company of their celestial kindred, surrounded by beauty and light and music. Zariel existed in perpetual solitude, surrounded by ugliness and darkness and the sounds of endless slaughter. She had no one to speak with except herself, no companionship except her own thoughts, no respite from the unending horror of her environment. The nature of Avernus itself began to corrupt her, not through active assault, but through simple exposure over vast stretches of time. The 9 hells exerted a subtle pressure on all beings who dwelled there, a constant weight of lawful evil that seeped into the soul like water seeping through stone. Zariel resisted this corruption with all her strength, calling upon her divine nature, meditating on principles of good and righteousness, remembering her purpose. But resistance required energy, and energy eventually depleted when there was no source of renewal. Zariel watched the devils fighting below her fortress, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, her perspective began to shift. She saw their discipline, their organization, their unwavering commitment to their cause. Devils might be evil, but they fought with honor according to their own code, respected hierarchy and order, fulfilled their obligations without complaint. In contrast, the demons they battled embodied pure chaos, destroying everything they touched, creating nothing, serving no purpose but mindless destruction. Between these two forces of evil, one at least possessed virtues that Zariel could understand and even grudgingly respect. More troubling still, Zariel began to question the wisdom of the gods who had sent her to this place and then forgotten her. If they truly represented absolute good, why had they abandoned their faithful servant? If they possessed the power they claimed, why did they not intervene more directly in the blood war, ending this conflict that caused infinite suffering? The longer Zariel pondered these questions, the more she wondered whether the celestial hosts were as righteous as she had always believed, or whether they were simply another faction pursuing their own interests while claiming moral superiority. By the time 5,000 years had passed, Zariel had changed in fundamental ways. Her golden armor had tarnished and darkened, taking on hues of deep crimson and black. Her radiance had dimmed, no longer the brilliant light of celestial purity, but a harsh, fiery glow that reflected the environment she inhabited. Her sword, once blessed with holy power, had absorbed so much infernal energy that it now burned with hellfire, and her perspective on the blood war had evolved from neutral observation to active interest. Zariel began to see the devil's struggle against the abyssal hordes as righteous in its own way. The demons represented destruction of all order, the annihilation of everything that civilization required to exist. If the demons ever won the blood war, they would not stop at conquering the 9 hells. They would sweep across the material plane, destroying every city, every nation, every carefully built structure of law and society. In this light, the devils served a necessary function, acting as a bulwark against chaos, even if their methods were evil and their ultimate goals selfish. This realization led Zariel to a decision that would damn her utterly. She would no longer simply observe the blood war from her fortress. She would intervene directly, not to maintain balance, but to ensure that the devils won. She would become a participant in the eternal conflict, lending her considerable power to the side of law against chaos, even knowing that law in this context meant the 9 hells. Zariel descended from her fortress and joined the battle. She fought alongside the devils, her sword cutting through demon flesh, her wings carrying her across the battlefield faster than any foe could follow. Her strategic mind helping to coordinate attacks that drove the abyssal forces back. The devils, shocked to find a celestial being fighting on their behalf, initially suspected treachery. But Zariel's commitment proved genuine. She bled for their cause, killed demons by the thousands, demonstrated through action that she had chosen their side. Word of Zariel's betrayal eventually reached the celestial realms. The gods of good, horrified that one of their greatest champions had fallen so completely, sent emissaries to reason with her, to convince her to abandon this madness and return to the light. But Zariel rejected their appeals. She pointed out that they had abandoned her first, had left her to rot in hell for millennia, while they attended to matters they deemed more important. She explained her reasoning, why the devils needed to win the blood war, why order must triumph over chaos, even if that order was evil. The emissaries could not sway her, and they departed, declaring her fallen, cutting her off completely from the divine power that had once sustained her. Yet Zariel continued fighting. She no longer needed celestial power, for she had found new sources of strength. The 9 hells themselves empowered her, rewarding her service with infernal might that in some ways exceeded what she had possessed as an angel. And Asmodeus, the Lord of the 9, took notice of this remarkable being who had abandoned heaven to fight for hell. He saw in Zariel a tool of immense value, a symbol that could be used to demoralize celestial forces and inspire devils. After Zariel had fought in the blood war for another 1,000 years, proving her dedication beyond any doubt, Asmodeus made her an offer. She would become the Archduchess of Avernus, ruling the first layer of the 9 hells in his name, commanding all the infernal legions stationed there. In exchange, she would continue doing what she already did, leading the fight against the abyss, but with vastly greater resources and authority. Zariel accepted, and her transformation from guardian angel to devil lord was complete. she abandoned her fortress, which crumbled into ruin without her presence to maintain it, and took up residence in Avernus's capital, commanding armies from a throne built of the bones of defeated demon lords. The angel who had once embodied righteousness and protection of the innocent became one of the most fearsome devils in existence, a being who understood both celestial and infernal magic, who could match any opponent in combat, who pursued victory in the blood war with absolute ruthlessness. Yet somewhere in the depths of her infernal heart, buried beneath layers of corruption and 10,000 years of accumulated rage and bitterness, Zariel still remembered her original purpose. She had been a guardian, a sentinel standing watch to protect creation from the forces of chaos. In her twisted understanding, she still fulfilled that role. She still stood against the abyss, still prevented demons from sweeping across the plains unchecked. The methods had changed, the allegiances had shifted, but the core mission remained. Some scholars who study the 9 hells argue that Zariel's fall represents the ultimate tragedy, a cautionary tale about the dangers of isolation and the corrosive nature of evil. They point out that even the most righteous being can be corrupted if left without support in hostile territory for long enough. Others suggest that Zariel's transformation reveals a deeper truth, that the line between good and evil is not as absolute as the gods claim, that circumstances can force even angels to make choices that compromise their principles. But perhaps the most disturbing interpretation is that Zariel never truly fell at all, that she remained faithful to her original mission, even as everything else about her changed. She was sent to guard against the abyss, and she guards against it still, more effectively than she ever could have from her lonely fortress. The fact that she now serves evil to accomplish this purpose may simply prove that the ends she was told to achieve mattered more than the means she was taught to use. The fortress where Zariel once stood watch remains on the plains of Avernus, a ruin that occasionally draws adventurers foolish enough to explore the 9 hells. Those who venture into its crumbling halls report strange phenomena. Visions of a golden-armored angel standing eternal vigil. Echoes of prayers and hymns from a time before corruption. Some claim these are merely psychic residue, lingering impressions left by Zariel's long presence. Others whisper that perhaps a fragment of the original guardian remains, trapped in the ruins of her former post, still trying to fulfill a duty that everyone else forgot. And Zariel herself, now ruling Avernus with iron will and burning fury, perhaps thinks sometimes of those early centuries when she believed relief would come, when she still had faith that her service would be recognized and rewarded. But such thoughts, if they occur at all, are buried quickly beneath the demands of war and command. The blood war waits for no one, and the Archduchess of Avernus has learned that duty without end requires a heart that has forgotten how to feel mercy or doubt or regret. The eternal sentinel stands watch still, but the post she guards has become her prison, and the mission she fulfills has become her damnation. In the end, perhaps that is the cruelest joke of all, that Zariel achieved exactly what she set out to do and lost everything in the process. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through these lost tales. These stories of tragedy and sacrifice, of love and loss, of the prices paid when mortals and immortals alike reach for things beyond their grasp. If you enjoyed exploring these deep corners of dungeons and dragons lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are always more stories to tell, more forgotten corners of the multiverse to illuminate, more tales that deserve to be remembered. Until next time, may your own adventures be filled with wonder, and may the choices you make never carry the terrible costs that these lost souls endured.